Yup. Hey. Coffee, Andrus, what's up? Welcome, Burnt Paper, hello. Morning, afternoon, Bassman, thank you. Thank you. You as well. Got some Tryhard in yesterday, so that was nice. Maybe Tryhard will still be around. Looks like there is. Surprised. Tryhard, Crawley. You guys know Crawley, the pro player from back in the day? He was actually in the lobby. My bad, Rashi. Yeah, we're a little earlier today, just a tad, because I had a no-show, so. Ranked stuff. You're taking an edible for this one? Okay, dear. Please be responsible. Yeah, so when you said JQ's good in her ideal situations, which scenarios are ideal to play her? I would say map specific usually. Like anything Flashpoint or King of the Hills usually decent, with some exceptions. Like I think Busan can be challenging. But yeah, just close range maps good. Anywhere where movement is good. Movement for your speed is good, but also where the sightlines are relatively short. You can also, if you want to, look up all ranks on the hero statistics and sort through the maps. And then look on Junker Queen through there. That could be useful as well. I can give you some tips. Yeah, I'm a little early. Just a little early. Like 10, 15 minutes early. Nice, Simon. I'm glad. Congrats on Masters 1 as well, mate. Good stuff. Hello, Ashton. As an Onyx command, don't like Busan very much or Antarctic. I think they should be okay, but you may just not like the longer sightline stuff. I prefer the longer sightline stuff with On as in, for sure. We had some games yesterday that went okay. I think I broke even yesterday off of stream, which is pretty good because I had a lever the first game, and we won a couple of fights. Second game, I had a guy spam calling the N-word and going AFK. And then the third game, On as in was banned. And so all things considered could have been a lot worse. But as always, you guys know the routine. Any questions you have, now's a good time. I might even want to do Vaxta here. Let's try it. I'll take Tryhard. Can't turn down Tryhard. Oh dear. Bodum, bodum. Oh dear. What are you practicing today? More or the same? Feel a little slower today. You strafe? I love doing that. I did that in a Tryhard yesterday. Guy missed 5 shots in a row. I'm not even joking. Strafing the same direction. It's really funny. Doing pretty well, Akari. How about you, mate? Long time no chat. How impactful to your own gameplay has the anti-nade buff? It's been a little bit useful. It definitely feels better. Whether Honest performing that much better or not remains up to be seen, considering that a lot of other supports got giga buffs. Oh. How to use Mizuki ult the best way if there's nothing to counter, just mid or early fight. Use the sustain. Use the sustain and burst heal. So like the second anything starts to like seriously start, use it. It's like one of the worst support ults for sustain. Actually, that's not true. It's like middling. Trance is worse. Beat is arguably worse early in a fight as well, depending on when you get it. It's not like Valk or Kitsune in terms of value or Juno ult, but it's still good. You know, just use it. But obviously that's compensated by the fact that it is really good as a response. Nice, Harry. Would I drop an on-run deep dive? I did a whole theory crafting video in here already on Spylo Clips, like a week after she came out. So you'd have to go watch that. That might be a little outdated with some stuff, but I also have some on-run coaching that I have on Spylo Coaching. I have resources out there. But yeah, Spylo Coaching, check the playlist for on-run. I think there's a couple of them. And then also, like I said, the Spylo Clips, you can look at some of the early theory crafting there. I think it does, Crimson. I do think I think the extra 2 seconds matters. It's percentage. I do find myself frequently using 2 nades in fights in situations that I otherwise wouldn't, or getting away with a pre-fight nade and getting it back before the fight starts. Makes sense, Froshi. That's definitely a real thing. Diet fatigue is definitely real. So I hope it's going well. Especially if you're working on a cut. What's up, September? Cheers. Oh dear, man. I might need some Vaxta actually, because I feel like mechanically sluggish. Like my mindset's not clicking. Yeah, maybe we just treat duels a little bit more patiently. That's one thing I don't like about Tryhard. No, I do like about Tryhard, but like it may not be great to go into Tryhard like immediately from fresh. Let's actually do that. Let's jump into Vaxta for just like literally 4 minutes. Just because I need to like just no pressure of trying to win a duel, no GM players kicking my teeth in, just shooting bots for a few minutes and then go back into it. 72.5 kilograms with my target at 72. I was 91 kilograms 5 years ago. Yeah, I need mace. That's a huge drop for Ashi, especially for the amount of muscle growth that you've had. You've probably dropped 30 kilos, 25 kilos of fat. That's a lot. Maybe some water weight as well, but still, that's incredible. Hope you've been feeling good. Hope that transition has made you feel healthier and performing better. I'm sure it has. Gee whiz. Kiriko threw me off there. Trying to be a little more deliberate here. Kind of have to, again, this is last Thursday as well. This is just the days whenever I coach and train and then turn on stream. It's like a little harder to be intentional with my mechanics. I kind of have to like baby step my way into it. So I'm glad we're doing this. Playing series totally designed. Yeah, my opinions in Sierra are a little complicated. We'll talk about it later. I will be open to some feedback.
Have you found the angle to the tall angles? Spill and skid slow.
It's like solutions. Thank you for the sub, dude. Do you turn on teammate outlines when playing support? I think so? I don't know. I feel like that's something that's like a really obvious answer, but I can't remember. Whatever the default setting is, I'm pretty sure I have. But I'm not sure. Maybe somebody in chat knows. As stupid as that sounds. Do a few more shots here. Buy a lot in a closed space, which is fun, but yeah. Yeah. Oop. Deer ran out of mouse pad space there. Okay. Can be a little spammy. Yeah. Which is fine. But right now I need a little bit more of a relaxing environment. As always, you guys know, like any questions, now's the time to ask them. Just because now we're kind of just relaxing, so. What's up, Swifton? 67% actually, yeah. Comedy gold. Someone gives more quickly. Do you recommend anyone besides you? I think Wizard Hyong has some good videos. I think there's people like Hunter and Cager that do individual coaching as well and post them on YouTube occasionally. I feel like I'm missing some obvious ones here. But I'm also not super in the loop with educational content right now, because it's something I was a lot more in the loop with back in the day when we were like studying up more, and so there's been other things that have been more of a priority right now. Permission to silence anybody? Give him a timeout. Yeah. Abuse that mod power, buddy.
No shortage of work to do.
But no pugs today, so that means we get a little bit more stream content time, which I'm happy with. I enjoy pugs, but it's nice to have like a full 3 streams to just be able to play, especially now that we're playing ranked a little bit now. Like, we didn't used to do this, so. I love the fact that all the new characters are just Emre now. Even Seda knows that Emre's masterclass. Oh. You guys enjoying the hog buffs? Hello, Kitty Hunter. How do you expect for someone to get the Masters? Or is he just skip Diamond in the last few fixes? I feel like my first been insanely fast. Depends on the person. No, it's not unusual. It depends on the person. There are certain games that I've gone into that I've been better at than people that have been playing for thousands of hours just because of my background. And that's been the case with many of my students with Overwatch as well. For me, Overwatch is a very slow improvement. But I would say from my climb from like gold to GM. Okay, so let me kind of give you, when I first started playing Overwatch very casually, I probably put in as many hours going from bronze to gold as I did from gold to GM. Maybe actually it probably was about, it was less hours to go from to gold to GM than it was from bronze to gold. Just because of like how intentional I was during that time. It was about a year. So that's, I would say that's normal. You guys saw that Gavin interview. Time played versus correlation with skill. Not the same thing at all. Same thing in anything in life. I did the same thing with martial arts as well, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai stuff. I picked it up real fast just because of my athletic background, and but that's kind of how it goes. You might have experience, you might really apply yourself harder, you might have like soft skills. I'm gonna try to practice some right clicks here. You might have some soft skills that help you to learn faster. More general athleticism, hand-eye coordination. I have not seen the new Jeans workshop code. I would be very interested in that. Feeling a bit like imposter syndrome? Yeah, that's normal with rapid improvement. Very common. I'm so bad with Altfire, man. Like, it really is one of my worst skins is in. I think it's because I struggle with the tracking aspect. What's up, Abby? How are you, mate? Alright, that's good enough for now. We'll jump into Tryhard, do another 5 minutes or so, and then we'll call it. Oh. I came from a video that's translated into Japanese. Yeah, I had a couple of folks request to translate my videos into Japanese, and I said sure. So, and then I had 1 or 2 people did captions on a couple of my videos for Japanese and Korean. They again asked to, and I said sure, but I think it's only been a few, like 3 or 4. Oh my days. Freaking enabled Moira. Gotta get in that soldier grind to improve my Zen. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it's freaking Moira stuff. Honestly, it's just as well. Get the reps in, you know? It's not like Moira's not going to exist. This is a little silly with this many Moiras, though. Just even a few. I noticed this. Does this happen to anybody else in Tryhard? Where the projectiles will be invisible? You notice that? That happens to me only in Tryhard occasionally. And it's only a few heroes. At Soldier, Sojourn, Tracer happens. Who do you think is the best Tracer right now? No idea. I mean, probably the usual suspects, but I have no idea who that would be, like, actually. Cat Bastion being hard meta right now? I have no idea. I wouldn't say it's necessarily hard meta, from what I understand. It's just a recent innovation that people haven't figured out how to counter, and then the question is going to be, can it beat its counters? You know, is it good enough to beat the counterplay once people figure it out? And it might be, but we don't know yet. We don't know yet, just yet. So we will wait and see. But thoughts on it being a good strategy right now? I'm fine with it for a short time. It's almost as if I told you guys that perma tether's not great. Now, whether I don't want to be anti-fun though, so it's like, hey, let it have its time, you know, sure. But it's probably something that they're gonna have to look at some point. How's Tryhard different from just deathmatch? Better players, also actually available. I always check Tryhard because, oh wow, because regular deathmatch oftentimes just doesn't have a queue, at least when I queue. But also they ban a lot of the cringe characters. I say that is on as enabled. But you know, you don't get tanks and stuff. You'll get Doomfist, which I'm chill with Doomfist. Doomfist is cool with me. It's good practice versus Doomfist as well. But characters that just perma live are annoying. It's not even about like, oh, it's not fair for a tank. It's like, it's kind of fair because tanks actually aren't that good in deathmatch. They're just annoying in deathmatch. Because they can just live and live and live and live, and there's not necessarily a ton of like skill play and like how you shoot them. You just shoot them. Doomfist is the good exception, and so I don't mind him being in there. Oh no, smoking me. Is JQ in Tryhard? I don't know. She could be. I wouldn't be mad if she was. I am not hitting a single sleep dart today. Oh my days. Doom is like 300 HP in Tryhard. Yeah, I don't even mind if that's 350 or 400 or whatever he is in like 66. He's fine. Shao seems a little P for this mode. That could be true. Yeah, it could be true. Because it's the movement speed is really important, not just the overhealth. That's true. Good call. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's no projectiles. How can I dodge the bullets like freaking Neo if I don't know where the bullets are coming from, you know?
I still have some fight in me.
Yeah, I mean, we're clunking it up right now, but that just might be today. I don't know if that's necessarily a warm-up problem. I did it my way. Have you coached a player that think, how is this guy not higher? Yeah. Yeah. There's usually a good reason for it. I've had many sessions like that, actually, probably 30, 40, 50. It's probably like every couple dozen sessions I do, there's definitely a player like that. I had a Kiriko player that live coached her, and she just dominated the match. I'm like, look at and then I'm like, what's going on? Turns out she just doesn't take angles, or she knows she wants to, but she's always scared, or like, and I'm like, well, don't do what you know you need to do. I've had hit scan players with ridiculous aim, but the hard tilt every other game, or tilt Q, counter swap. Okay, what is going on? Projectiles are just invisible. Oh, it's like I misjudged the recall there. How to deal with a friend who's obsessed with stats? You don't worry about it. People that are obsessed with stats are just not destined necessarily for improvement. But it depends on like the how obsessed they are. I think being interested in stats is fine, but like How do you deal with a friend who's obsessed with stats? Like, I don't know. You don't deal with people. You just coexist, or you find different friends. But if it's something silly like their improvement, like, who cares? Now, if you're playing in a team with that, then that becomes a different problem. But, like, I don't know. Yeah, there does feel like there's been more bugs. Got him. Oh, what? I thought I got his toe there.
I'm not finished.
Like the latest coaching video of the Kirigami? Kind of. There's more egregious examples though, of where somebody like gets. I look at a replay and I'm like, yeah, you're playing pretty solid here. Like I don't see why you're plat, and then I just have to basically say, hey, something stinks. You know, you don't play like this consistently, otherwise you wouldn't be plat or gold or diamond or whatever else, you know? And then we have to have a conversation about, like, okay, what's your training routine like? And usually there's a, oh, I IQ with friends, or, you know, I normally don't play, like, take this many angles or whatever else. But that's part of the investigative work as a coach. That's part of it. It can be hard to do so with such a small sample size. Sometimes it's not very reliable, but in theory, one of the challenges as a coach is trying to work at finding out what the problem is, you know? Because a lot of inconsistency is coachable. So, what's up, nerdy? Is there a big skill gap in the plat ranks? I don't know. It's a good question. I actually don't know. Like, what's the biggest rank to climb out of, like, in terms of player population? I don't really know. It might be plat. Like what's the biggest difference, plat 5 to plat 1? I don't know. But then it's also like bell curve. You feel like that has to be the case for GM or champion, like champ 5 versus champ 1. So it's like that would have to be a big gap. I'm not really sure. That's probably a better answer for a statistics. Somebody that understands the way the bell curve works perfectly in Overwatch, and not from me. A lot of that is just kind of aiming down the middle and hoping for the best. How do I adapt my timing to different teams or even different ranks? Just check your teammates before the fight starts. That's not like an adaptation to different ranks as much as it is just you need to have the habit of checking your teammates' positions, and if you don't, you're not a very good player. Oh, frick, man. I do not want Circuit or Shambali, especially Shambali. I would rather play Circuit than Shambali nowadays. First point Shambali might be one of the worst points in the entire game. And then third point Shambali might be one of the worst points in the entire game. And then second point Shambali might be one of the worst points in the entire game. I unironically would rather play up against Widow and Circuit Royale than to play versus Shambali, versus anything. Every time I play Shambali, I'm frustrated. I do not enjoy Shambali. It's an awful map. Just objectively terrible. It could be good for your hero pool, and you might like it, like, subjectively. Like, that's your subject. But, like, from a map design perspective, it's objectively horrible. There are so many things that are wrong with it. Sumo is good. Sumo is good. Oh my gosh. Dude, come on, man. I gotta start banning people, because I'm getting some crazy Ana bans recently. All these Roadhog players out there. Malga. Maybe a skill issue? No. If you don't like a map, it may or may not be a skill issue. It may also just be a hero pool issue. Well, because Circuit Royale generally has better ways to establish sightlines. So with my hero pool of Ana Zen, subjectively I can handle that a little bit better. With Shambali, on attack especially, the sightlines are horrible and all of your angles are super isolated. Maybe I'll do a hit piece on Shambali like I did with Power Iso, like I said. I don't know, we'll see. Alright, wish me luck.
2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Caution. We are all pilgrims on this mission.
Detective Chase, at your service.
Watch here.
Attachment is the source of all suffering. The enemy has stolen away our friend.
Hostile mark.
Over here. Assistance would be appreciated. Why the look of gloom?
I've got the barricade moving.
Over there.
Copy.
Our robot's in the lead. Thank you.
Over here.
We need that robot back.
That was your lesson for today. My ultimate is charging.
Watch it.
The enemy begins to move along their path.
Nearly ready to overclock. Ultimate's charging.
Player in.
Behind you.
We must prevent the enemy from
My
taking
ultimate is
the
almost
lead.
ready. My ultimate is ready.
That's just appreciated. I'm ready to overclock. It's gumshoe time. Let the Kitsune guide
Is
you.
acceptable. Giving up is not.
Your team has lost the lead.
They have the lead. Let's get it back. Come with us.
Your team
A little more to get on the lead.
assistance.
This ends now. Well done. Let's keep it up.
Forward spawn activated.
Over there.
Robot needs exfil. Let's stick with it. Watch here. Keep an eye out.
They took the robot. Let's fix that.
This one.
I'm on fire.
Discord
Robot
blaze
is on
this
the
one.
move. Come meet for you.
Could have been cleaner. Teacher.
I've got the
Watch
barricade moving.
here.
Incoming.
true strength does not. My ultimate is ready. Proceed without fear. I release your suffering.
My ultimate is ready.
It's gumshoe time.
A masterful slaughter.
My ultimate is ready.
Forward spawn activated.
Ready for trends over here.
Enemy here. We're on the move.
Approaching the final destination.
I have eyes on a sniper.
The enemy has stolen away our friend.
Let the kitsune guide you.
I'm with the robot.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Final destination.
Destiny beckons us toward our destination.
And I'm on fire.
Approaching the final destination.
My ultimate ability is ready.
Tango in sight.
I see a sniper. A chance for us all to learn.
We have the robot.
A promising descent. Ready for transcendence. Find solace.
Incoming.
Approaching the final destination. Approaching the final
It's gumshoe time. Let me know.
victory.
All right, it's a little messy there. I think one of the big things for me is I get really sloppy in mid-fight where I'm like, oh, I'm fine, and then I just get traded, and then we end up going to the next fight. Or I rotate too late, and I just kind of give away free mistakes or whatever, so. But it was okay. It was all right. It was a little better towards the end, a little better, a little more heads up. What's up, GKB? I'm gonna get some water, a little more water. Dude, I'm so bummed though. I got the El Clasico. I told you guys about how I lost my winning trend modifier. Freaking DC. All my heroes were banned. That was the third game actually, so maybe that was not as big. But I got a DC 4v5, and then the guy going AFK and spawn again, and spamming slurs. I was like, man, I didn't even deserve that. I guess that's just that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You win some, you lose some. But I feel like we're close to getting it back again. Like, we only lost a few games. Don't you have the filter? Well, yeah, but he was finding creative ways of circumventing the filter. Let's put it that way. Hacking computer for move back home, so no pugs to me tonight. Well, I don't think we have pugs, GKB. If it makes you feel any better, I think we're stacking pepper and normal pugs next week, so you're good. Did you end up getting your monitor or no? Yeah, the first fight was like where there was some minor improvements. The one where that tracer was sitting on me, and I just felt really uncomfortable about it. Didn't really know how to handle it, and I'm like, well, I'm 2 blinks away. I'm a corner. I have an active Harmony Orb, and I'm kind of helping on a sight line here. And I know that she's there. And it's just like, bro, it's fine. Just relax. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. You're good. Just kind of reminding yourself that, you know? It's like, I'm doing okay. I'm good. I can mark that. It's all right. You have it now? Nice. Thoughts on Hazard? Doesn't he know how to adjust him so he doesn't hurt him 6 feet? He's very balanced. I don't know. Hazard's always a tough one for me. Not to kind of avoid the question entirely, but I really don't know. Playing with Randy Marsh. Do I want to know who is Randy Marsh? Oh, some South Park thing. Why are there so many hogs and Malgas? Well, because Malga's strong and hog is cancer. And it's just how it goes. Makes sense, Jacob. I can probably guess. The thing that annoys me about hog is that here's what annoys me about hog. It's not necessarily the hog players, although it's definitely true. This happens to me like once, like every play session, feels like, or once every other day, certainly. Get into a game, you get the blah, 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 blah is banned. And you're like, oh boy, this is a hog player. Here it comes. And I'll check the career profile, and it's just a random dude. Just some random tank player. Zarya, Diva, Winston. And they're just like, today I'm going to do something evil. And so I'm going to play hog this game. Just randomly. And you don't see that with like any other hero. Like nobody goes, oh, I'm just going to play Wrecking Ball out of nowhere. Like nobody does that. And before the match even starts, they're like, this is my hog arc. Like this person has like no history playing hog. Decides that one game, I'm going to play hog. And just does all the bans and the fixins and all that kind of stuff, you know? It's like, what? Hog does something to people, man. They were tilted about how the previous match went or whatever else. Right, exactly. It's like the priority queue stuff back in the day, Overwatch 1 days, man. I always joke whenever I rage swap hog and quick play or pugs with friends, you know, which happens very rarely. I'll be like, I'm punishing you guys for not supporting me last fight. This is what you get. You have to play. You know, it's like it's such a malicious hero. You know, it's such a malicious hero. But yikes, I don't know. I was very disappointed when he got his compensation buff. I really don't think his performance was that bad, and I just don't really care if it was that bad, to be frank. Lumos, think of it, the gifted subs. That is insanely generous. Wow, 10? Shoot. I'm mad loading. I don't give a frick. Yikes, dude. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. Wheezing Duck, Zach Ansley's vocals, Kukushi, Torrid Cheese, Gilgamesh, Raindish, Gape, Ribbit, Danny, PK. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know what provoked that, but I very much appreciate it. I think you missed them earlier too. Oh shoot, what did I miss? Jacob, thank you for the gifted sub as well to Lumos. What else did I miss? Did I miss anything else? Who do I need to thank? My bad, guys. Because Hog gets the illusion of agency in a team game. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, definitely true. Yeah. Frick these guys. I'm with you on that one. Yeah. On a player banning Hog. We love to see it. Oh, Ethan gifted 5. Ethan 6. Thank you, dude. Another 5? This guy's been gifting some subs recently. That's very generous of you. I'm sorry I missed those. Maybe I was in game or just stupid. I don't know. Or maybe I stood up. I have no idea. Another 10 gifted subs? Pay it forward? Wait, guys, we've solved it. The infinite money glitch. Guys, somebody needs to gift Lumos a tier 10 sub. It's $7,000, and they get a private airplane. And then Lumos can pay it back by gifting 1,000 subs.
Leave a broken world behind.
Our enemies
See,
have been corrupted by
This is a
war.
great strategy. Thank you so much, Lumos. I really appreciate the generosity, man. Appreciate it. How do you pronounce the name? Spieler or Spilo? It doesn't matter.
Take bunch,
Doesn't matter.
but we'll get it done.
Thank you guys very much.
What is that here?
We'll start high ground. I rarely use high ground for very long, but I like it as a staging point because I can always drop.
Did you bring me a present?
I've always pronounced it Spilo, but I coached in EU for so long and everybody pronounced me Spilo that it's just
proud
like
of
people
you.
call me Spilo and that's just how it is. So a lot of people do.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
أنا بحرسكم. Targeting hostile. شكله مؤلم. I've got you. I won't let you fall. Come over here, please. You'll have to try harder than that.
Over here.
I have you. Keep fighting. No recovery. Need to reload. Help me. I still have some fight in me. Now, where are my reinforcements?
Objective lost.
Light speed.
Stop
Sentry
recording.
here.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Hi. We have to stop the payload.
Eyes on a target. No power down. Get in there. I grew tired of fighting alone.
Sheer distance.
Scale that.
Magical velocity.
Minor perk unlocked.
Thank you. Got you some.
Targeting hostile. Over there. I've got you.
We have to stop the payload.
I'm not finished.
I see one. Enemy.
Enemy here! Payload's moving! And it really shouldn't be!
It's time.
Keep fighting. No recovery. Eyes on a target. You make all of Reinhardt's mistakes. Covering you. أنا ما حدش يقدر عليا. I have you. Keep fighting.
They're moving the payload!
Stand up straight. I need to reload. Over here. Covering you. You're powered up. Get in there.
Moving the payload! We are outnumbered! Enemy discovered!
You'll have to try harder than that.
60 seconds.
They're moving the payload!
Incoming. It's time. Tactical visor activated.
I won't let you fall. Taking damage.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Enemy in sight.
Payload's moving! And it really shouldn't be!
You're going to.
Asking for heal!
I've got you.
We have to stop the payload!
Eyes on the sky!
On target. This is
Payload's
not
moving!
the end.
And it really shouldn't be!
Covering you. Targeting hostile.
Meteor strike.
What are you going to witness?
Floating out the disco!
Round 1. Complete.
I got no excuses, man. I don't know.
Score.
I got no excuses. It's just it's all right. It's fine. We're good. We're good. We'll do better in the attack.
Not
We'll do better in the
finished.
attack. We didn't even get a chance to nano, man. What the frick was that? That's all right. Venture was feeding. I was feeding. Just. Man, I need to lose more games, I guess. Holy crap. Is that how many is that? I can't zoom up. 30? Holy smokes. Okay. Well, now we're gonna now we have to lock in. 30 gifted subs? Are you kidding me?
Well behind.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Holy
Now, you're
crap.
not the only one chasing down leads.
Well, congrats. I hope some viewers got it, not just some
Some
randoms.
things stay buried for a reason. Digging them up can get you killed.
I mean, 30's higher than my sleep dart accuracy.
When did that ever stop you?
By a lot. Take those back if you don't want. Oh man. Look, I'm gonna do my best. Okay, we're just some really bad things are happening here. Like I don't know. There's just no excuses for how this game is going right now. I will. Yeah. Okay. Here you go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
That's much better. Stand up straight. Taking damage. No recovery. I've got you. You'll have to try harder than that.
Objective A captured.
Check it. Much better. Salt for your wounds. The payload's moving. About time.
Greetings. Hello.
My ultimate is charging.
Feeling better?
Meteor strike.
Right on time.
Payload secure. Incoming.
I'm not finished.
Hello.
ชีวิตปกป้องชีวิต
Enough whining. You're fine. That must sting. Nanoboost is ready to deploy. You're powered up. Get in there.
Your visor activated.
That was not personal.
Got meds. Who needs them?
Eyes on a target.
Magical velocity.
Taking damage.
Payload has reached the checkpoint.
I've got you.
Let's shake things up.
Minor perk.
Card over there.
Deploying rock unit.
Healed up. Sweet dreams. I have you. Keep fighting. No recovery. Double.
I'm a man on a mission. Stay out of my way.
This is not the end.
The payload is approaching its destination.
The payload's on its way.
We're taken care of.
Your visor activated.
Solar harvest after a dust storm. I am blasting you.
Meteor strike.
Keep it round 2. Complete.
Wow. Wow, we're cold today, boys. We're cold today. But you know what? We're doing it. 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 It's fine. Look at that. Look at that. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're creating and controlling and assisting space. We got it. We've really got it. We've really got it. We have got it.
I haven't. Just one more mission.
Why can't I get into these? Right, we're directing the flow of combat. We're doing what all the YouTube comments are like. Yeah, Spiral doesn't have good mechanics, but has game sense.
We must
Sure.
all find a cause worth fighting for.
Have you ever told the lore behind the cross-arm photo of yours? Yeah, remind me after this, I'll tell you. It's not that saucy, but alright.
I'm proud of you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
You're covered. No recovery. Targeting hostile. I still have some fighting.
10 seconds until.
You're going to.
Stop the payload.
Looks like they're on the move again.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji. Rendezvous at my position. Group up at my position. Come to my position.
Incoming.
They're taking our payload? No shot.
Meteor strike.
That's what good looks like.
Fucking side!
I keep you up.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Looks like they're on the move again.
This is not the end. Group up with me. I won't give in.
I am on fire.
You're powered up. Get in there.
That's like the freaking OT masterclass, bro. Oh, I hate that so much. We were just so much mechanical goofball. But like, guys, please just die or reset. Oh, please. Begging. It's like, oh, but maybe I can just no, out, all the way out or die in cart. There's no in between. All the way out or die in cart. None of this. Well, no, not in OT situations. Also, on run sucks. Hate on run. Can't hit a freaking cooldown on her.
Major power unlocked.
Leave a broken
Could have been
leg
worse.
behind.
Dr. Zhou, did Captain Opara make it back as well?
I'm afraid not.
He was a good man.
He thought the same about you.
I play against Ana when Hoggesbun? Or Anasbun? Zen. I just play Honor Zen or maybe
Never
Mizuki.
done.
Handless Granny can play out new Young Hire, yeah. What's up, Bay Jackson?
Keep it up.
Everyone,
Alright.
stick together. We can do this.
Hot cocoa. Fine. I'll have some.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Keep in sight, and this will go smooth. I'm under attack. Don't fret. I see you. Just walk me. I'm here. Keep fighting. لسه قدامي كتير. I won't let you fall. Taking damage. Sword for your wounds.
I am on the objective.
Group up with me. I've got you.
We must accelerate.
No recovery.
They outnumber us.
Seconds remaining.
Ice nano boost is charging. I go out on my terms.
Magical philosophy.
Rendezvous at my position.
We're outnumbered.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Your visor activated.
Welcome to orbit. 冻住，不许走。
Hold on. Reload.
The entire game, man. Besides the first, like, we just... Oh, like, why are we going in? I think our Mei was stuck, but we kept staggering, man. Frick. Unless we get consolation there. But, like, that last fight there, it's like, why are we going in? We have spawn advantage. Thanks for the 1,000 bits, dude. That was a frustrating game. Current Odysseus Cat Bastion meta. I don't know. I mean, it's nice to mix things up. It's just not a meta I would want to see for a very long time. Give it a week or two, sure. Then I'm down. Yeah, exactly, Jackson. There's a goof up with her passive where she gets a guaranteed 1 tick of her passive for like 3 healing. I think she lives with 3 health there. So even if she's Dreamman Group, thank you for the gifted subs. Oh man, dude, I feel like that was just a disaster, that game. Like if I go back to her POV, look how much HP she has.
Ready for battle.
Do you think it's the initial stage of the GOATS meta? No, not really. I'll play. Like, as in, I don't think that's going to be I don't think there is ever going to be a GOATS meta again. You know what I'm saying? Like, because the GOATS meta was enabled by bad balancing. So it'll be like, oh, we'll have Cat Bastion for a while, but I could be shocked if it sticks around for too much longer. It'll be like, I would be surprised if it lasts longer than a month. I'm not saying it couldn't, I'm just be surprised. Dude, please. You guys are way too nice. You guys are way too nice.
Heroes to ban.
You guys are thank you for the gifted subs again. I would just get an alt, to be honest, to learn a new. Thank you, mate. Thank you, mate. Yeah, you want to know about? Wait. What's the? How do I angle it? Like, was it that? You know, that was a martial arts promotional picture for the studio that I coached with. We were doing a full promo pictures. There's promo pictures of all the students and coaches, and so when Sydney Drop Bears was asking for a promotional picture to use, that was like the most professional picture that I'd had in the last year or so. So we used that one. That's about it. Yeah, I have a couple other pictures from the same thing, from the same event, but that was just the kind of the more professional looking one, and I don't know. That was it. I used GIMP to black out the name of the dojo beyond the belt or whatever, so it looked like just a black shirt. But New Antarctic, yeah, I've been enjoying New Antarctic. It's good.
Says a lot of your missions were disasters.
Well, if he made me the robo horse I asked
Yeah, of course.
for, maybe I would have stood a better chance.
I always try to do it full speed so I can get practice full speed. There you go.
I'm proud of you.
Hey, hello there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Bad guys. Take them out.
Stop the payload.
That payload's not going anywhere.
Taking damage. Keep fighting.
Payload's on the move.
Gnome. Over there.
Their payload's on the move. Stop them. I hear you.
Over there. That must sting. Don't make it easy for me, young man. Nano boost is charging. You're covered. Now recovered. I'm under attack. Rendezvous at my position. My ultimate is charging. Set to remote limb. Targeting hostile. won't let you fall.
It's time.
I'm not finished.
Rally to me!
Taking care of you. Get in there. Covering you.
Enemy detected.
60 seconds remaining.
Get eyes ready.
As effective as ever.
Keep up with me. Stand up straight. Come to my position. I have you. Keep fighting.
You know what's happening.
Eyes open. There's an enemy.
Over there.
30 seconds.
Step right up.
Help me. Nodding off.
Tactical laser activated.
I won't let you fall.
We can do this all day.
10 seconds remaining.
Over here.
Over here.
I can use some help.
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Hold me down.
Get out, Rosie.
Complete.
You have learned well.
Score 0-0.
Who's DNOW?
Sides.
Did I miss somebody in chat? Somebody have a question? I hadn't seen that one, okay?
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Alright? I'm not saying it was good. It wasn't good. It wasn't even remotely funny. Guys, listen, let me tell you how to do a D's Nuts joke. D's Nuts jokes need to be like, oh, I should have seen that coming. Wow, what a witty and clever correlation there. You know? The end, like, who, like, you even add the OW at the end there. Like, that's like, if you disguise it so much, then you're like, oh, look, you never expected it. That's like a bad Agatha Christie novel, you know what I'm saying? Congrats, you surprised me, I guess. I didn't expect the main villain to be a shape-shifting, time-traveling warlord from the intergalactic century of the 27th. You know? Congrats. You got me.
2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
It's with you.
It's just a scratch. You'll be fine.
Let's move the payload together.
Keep fighting. They're targeting hostile. Happy to assist. Enough whining. You're fine.
Enemy detected.
Watching over this position.
I see an enemy here.
Payload is approaching its destination.
Winning fortified.
Victory.
I'm in the zone.
Well, right back where we started, I guess. Dude! Dude! I hope you're like financially stable, man. Thank you. Hello, Biggie Cheese. Thank you for the 10 gifted. 65 gifted subs. I thought Agatha Christie was a setup for a D's Nuts joke. No, it's me being grumpy at the inconsistent quality of Agatha Christie, where sometimes she just like wants to twist and turn. And you're like, bro, how would anybody ever know that? Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Loomis. Thank you. If there's somebody named Fidya, no, don't you in this way will forever ignore them? Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. I thought it was somebody in Twitch chat that was like asking a question. I just missed it or something. Is he winning? Well, mostly, yeah. Mostly. Kings Row, I have no excuse. Kings Row, I was tilted at like the way that we played OT, but like I was just horrendous. So that one was fully on me. What do you think is the best way to counter Cat Bastion on pro play? I have no idea, man. Whenever you have like gimmick comps like that, the way to play it the way to beat it has always been you either like full counter it, like full like straight up counter it, like with the guns, you know, which depending on the map can be good, or you go the opposite extreme and you just go full flank super hyper mobility mode. The closest thing that it reminds me of is when like Team Avoided was doing like their pharmacy stuff early on, like ball pharmacy. And we would just go full like Moira, Sombra, Tracer, Lucio. This was before Kiriko. Now it's even better. And just like hide, flank, ruin everybody that isn't Cat Bastion, you know? But I assume that that's like definitely been tried, right? Like I'm sure that they've gone Diva, Carry, Tracer. I'm sure they've gone Diva, you know, whatever. So I'm sure there's like, yeah, we'll just have to wait. Yeah, something along those lines. I probably wouldn't run Winston. I think Diva would be objectively better there. But you know, and then maybe on some maps you just go Ashe or Cassidy. I think Cassidy completely eats Cat alive, especially once you get your perks rolling. Moira Lucio Rush, yeah. Moira is just obviously is completely replacing that comp now because Moira was always the weak point there. Yeah, maybe Emre Cass would be good. No ideas. Is that a Sugma? Is that a Sugma? I'm trying to... What is SGM? Sigma? Soldier? I don't think Soldier would be good. I don't think Soldier... Like, a lot of... Lewis, thank you for another 10 gifted. Every time there's a bad joke, I'm getting more. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Again, I hope people that are actually in here... My man saw this. Well, I mean, okay, even I'm not that dense. Like, at this point, it's like, fool me once. You get what I'm saying? Thank you, Lumos. I feel like Soldier should be bad into it. Maybe in, like, map situational, it could be okay. Like, again, New Queen Street could be okay. But, like, I just don't think, like, you're going to get, like, you can't Helix that, you know? You can't Helix that at all. And your mobility doesn't matter quite as much. I don't know. I don't feel like Soldier would be that good at Emre Bastion or Cat Bastion. I think it would actually be kind of bad. Are they running the second major perk, the non-heal one for the Rockets? Surely, right? That feels like that would be really good. I actually haven't seen any of the matches, so I don't know what they've been doing. I would say that you would get the... I say you would run the right? That has to be pretty good. And then you get the overshield. They're running the overshield perk with Cat because I told everyone that it's good in those situations. Right? Does anybody know? I probably should just like pull it up instead of asking questions. No, we didn't talk about Sierra yet. We're gonna do 1 or 2 more games.
Select hero bands.
AC 130 the best. Yeah, it has to be like the second rocket perk and then Cat overshield perks. Has to be. What is your favorite map in the game right now? Hard to say. I really like Suravasa. I do like Colosseo. I do like New Queen Street. I like a lot of the push maps. I like East Bronson is growing on me. Who would ban Malga in Kiriko? Hazard? I don't know. What? This is a wide match range for this late in the day. Run Heidi's #1 most dishonest tank and deny it completely. Malga? I mean, Malga feels like it probably could be pretty good into that too, actually. I don't know if that's Heidi's most dishonest tank, though. But Malga could be pretty good into that. Malga's really good versus Bastion. Malga's really good versus Cat. Oh, Diva, duh. Yeah. Diva or Malga could be good into it.
This team's got it.
Are you lot ready for some bloodshed? G'day!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initial flashpoint. Marking.
Let's roll out, squad! Firing charge!
I keep you up.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Those for your wounds. I see you.
Flashpoint unlocked.
On me!
Claiming the objective. Get over here.
This is not the end. Check you not alone.
We're outnumbered.
Stand up straight. The objective is under attack. Come to my position. Help me. Covering you. Don't fret. I see you.
Group up on me.
Being fortified. Kill confirmed.
Team,
Stand up straight.
Let's go win this thing! Stop lagging about and get over here!
Enemy in sight. Nothing off. I keep you up. I've got you. You're powered up. Get in there. Taking damage. I'm tired of need healing. Healing you.
Minor hurt.
I must keep my space sharp. Rendezvous at my position.
I'm ready to rampage!
Taking care of you.
Hey,
I'm here. Keep fighting. They have superior numbers.
group up on me.
Lost. Next, flashpoint. Garden.
Shall we move to the next objective? Group up with me.
Got something to kill here.
Enough whining. You're fine.
White tiger becomes me.
Nerf this!
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
I won't let you fall.
Thanks!
Flashpoint unlocked.
Deploying bomb!
I'm under attack. ultimate is ready. I'm here. Keep fighting. You're powered up. Get in there. I've got you. Out of ammo.
Sojourn en route.
I still have some fight in me. Group up with me.
Garden.
Taking damage.
Flashpoint. Paris.
Think I'd ever let
I'm
you down?
reloading. Patched up.
Hey. Target's locked. Open fire.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Into the white ones.
Haven't lost my touch.
Flashpoint unlocked.
What?
Lissa och den tir. Nano boost is charging. I'm under attack. I have you. Keep fighting.
Breaking them down.
Reloading. Stand up straight. We cut the pain. You're powered up. Get in there.
Let's take him to the wasteland.
Overtime. Defeat.
Yeah, that was just a terrible game. Not bad. Oh, man. That's okay. I love my streets, man. Thank you for the gifted subs, dude. That was rough. Rough, rough, rough. I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs. I need a second. Thank you again for the gifted subs, man. I appreciate it. Oh, man. Loot box. Is that Kiriko? Yeah, duh. Her face looks different. Am I crazy? Her eyes look different. Seriously, does that not look off to you? Like different? Like not bad different, just different. What was it just? What was the one I just got? Hydrangea? Why does it look so different? Her eyes look different. No? I don't know. Just got what? The skin? You want hydrangea? Rich get richer, man. I guess that's just how it goes.
Ready for battle.
Do you have any advice for getting back in touch with a friend you didn't exactly stop talking on good terms with? Reach back out and take personal accountability.
Choose your map.
For the things that you can take personal accountability for. Don't pretend it was all your fault if it wasn't all your fault, but just do take claim for the things, responsibility for the things that were your fault, if that makes sense. And then frankly, like, just be honest, because the worst thing that can happen is you get declined or like just ignored, and then you're like, well, I got it off my chest. I've had that exact same scenario before, once or twice. I won't go into any more details, but some really people treated me really crappily. There's a lot of drama. Reach out. And I said what I needed to be said. And I took responsibility for things that were on my end. And I never heard back. But I sleep a little better at night knowing that, hey, did what you could, man. Did what you could. You know, thank you, Rat Gaming. But I feel for you. If you're coaching a pro team right now, what comps did you want them to run? I don't know. I really don't. I'm like super out of touch with like the pro meta right now. Super in touch. Sorry, family. I'm sorry I can't help more. I think each of those situations are too contextual, you know. I wish you the best of luck, though. Drink beer and eat wings. Could we get a Pussycat game? Is that a skin? I don't think I have Pussycat skin. Hog, alright. The flying one? Oh no, frick off.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Another opinion?
I don't know how you do it, Anna.
Do what?
No, it's fine.
Still for hours, waiting for the perfect shot.
I don't know how you zip around without getting dizzy.
Victory is mine!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Ready? I am.
Eyes on a target. Help me.
Objective unlocked.
Enemy in sight.
We're pushing now.
Covering you. fine. I have you. Keep fighting. I'm under attack.
Enemy here.
Drat! They took him from us.
I go out on my terms.
Up and at 'em. Here they come.
We need to put a stop to their push. I'll keep you up. Exactly what we need. Eyes on a target. Wait for me to reload.
Stop them before they take the lead.
I'm here. Keep fighting. Come to my position. Wait. Hard. You're powered up. Get in there. Enemy in sight.
Unloading scrap.
Kneel down.
The enemy's pushing forward.
This ends now.
Taking damage.
Why argue when you can work?
You'll have to try harder than that.
Enemy forward spawning.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Stop that barricade!
We need fortify.
Plotting out the dig site!
Pass in the iris.
Down.
Now that's what you want to see!
No threat. I see you.
These are ours.
Stand up straight.
Enemy forward spawning.
Taking care of you. You're powered up. Get in there.
Come on, pal! We gotta move!
No recovery. Check it. Over here.
Over there!
Over here. You make
This ends now.
Your team is close to winning.
I keep you up. I have you. Keep fighting. Rendezvous at my position. My ultimate is fully charged. Get in there.
Enemy here. Good to see you.
Forward spawn lost.
You're powered up.
Flying out the big sight.
Let me reload. Just a moment.
They took the robot.
Take a redo.
Lissa och Deniktir. I'm here. Keep fighting. Enemy in sight.
I'm already traitor.
Over there.
He's ours.
Taking care of you. Shaklumo you have my favor. I needed that. My ultimate is charged. Taking damage. What's one more thing?
Enemy forward spawn room deactivated.
Over there. I have you. Keep fighting.
2-minute warning.
Salt for your wounds.
Pass into the iris.
Life protects life.
I'm here. Keep fighting. Rest up.
This ends now.
I'm under attack.
Love it. It's you and me, robot.
60 seconds remaining.
Bad news. They took the robot.
You're powered up. Get in there. The Eye of Horus watches over you. Over there. Group up with me.
30 seconds remaining.
I thought I was gone. Keep your eyes peeled.
Your team is close
We can catch up. I know we can.
Patience and progress.
10 seconds remaining.
Plotting out the dig site.
Overtime.
I still have some
An enemy.
fighting.
This is it. Don't leave the robot behind.
Victory.
I'm done, man. I'm done for the. I'm done for the day. I'm done for the day. I'm done, man. I'm done. I'm done. I'm freaking done. I'm freaking done. I'm freaking done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Done. I'm freaking done. I'm freaking done. I'm freaking done. It's over. I just can't. I freaking sweated my cheeks off for like 8.5 minutes and then chumbled the bag. And then that's when my team decides to play the game, dude. We didn't have... I think we had maybe one fight where Roadhog got a free kill. Our Roadhog was struggling that game. I freaking hate playing with Roadhog. I freaking hate. It was literally like, well, guess he's not hitting hooks. Guess I have to literally do everything by myself. And then he hits this hook here. Where was the hook? Was it here? Where was it? He hit one on Sojourn. That was his one pick of the game. Ana Zen Sigma. Sojourn. It's literally the entire game was like, well, guess me and Trace have to do everything. Trace had a really bad start, but she really played well at the end. Where was the one? He gets one. It just is like the thing that you need your hog to do. Yeah, it was this. It was here. It was here. It was here. But he was horrible the rest of the game. Right here. This is actually super important. This was the fight winner right there. That was, we needed at least, we needed more of those, man. Like 8 minutes of just basically standing around and getting our teeth kicked in. Oh, what was that? But yeah, that was, we needed that. And then I chumbled on the rotate and kind of greeted. I was trying to lock in and hit the headshots, but yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm tweaking, man. I'm too tired for this crap. I'm done for the day. That's all for me. We can talk about Sierra. Girlfriend and Mercy Strike. I didn't queue anymore. That's funny, Rhea. That's funny. Yeah. We did okay that game. We locked in enough. We were able to help our Tracer out a lot. We actually contributed a lot to the success there towards the end. It's a bit of a push moment where it's like doesn't always feel like it, but we held okay. Yeah, I felt like me and my Tracer were doing like some serious damage. But I guess it was enough to barely win. Stat check? We're doing better, Rhea. We're doing a little better. 51% win percentage. 6.47. You can't see it. 6.47 deaths per 10. Which compared to last season is a bit better, I think. I think last season we were a bit worse. 7 deaths per 10. Yeah, 7.07. So, but a lot of that might just be due to the nade buff. But yeah, I mechanically, I'm. This is just another. It's definitely a goofy, a gumpy day. I think a lot of my mechanical struggles come when I'm trying too hard positionally. It reminds me of that first week of practice when I was just playing terribly on Ana. Feels like that sometimes. But yeah, Hog was horrible there. Not necessarily like, it wasn't, as you guys saw, it wasn't all his fault. He was hitting a couple of hooks, but like, they just, every single one gets denied. Every single one gets denied. He's playing, it's just terrible. So I needed ban Hog, man. I needed ban Hog. No, let's talk about Sierra. I don't really have like anything prepped here. So it's more going to be more conversational, and then maybe we'll kind of write up a script, kind of give my grievances. So let's, and I think with Sierra, more so than almost any other character, I actually am going to talk about a couple of things, not just like design and balance, like the kit. I think there's actually a lot of issues with Sierra. Like, a lot of them are subjective, but I'm curious to what y'all think. Let me pull up my notepad here. The trouble with Sierra. Let me just go into like the. Let's do like the real easy ones, like the external stuff. Let me change the stream title really fast. Of Sierra's hero design. So actually, context, I playtested this hero way back in early iterations of her when she didn't even have a voice. Her kit has remained largely the same before she had like a visual design. I'm not as familiar with like a lot of the cosmetic, the comic stuff or any of the lore stuff that's going on behind. I'm not aware of a whole lot of it, but yeah. Before we even like, I think even delve into, wait, hang on a second. Sierra hero design critique. before we delve into, I think, any serious critique of her kit and like the balance, the typical Spylo stuff, I'm actually going to have a lot of other critiques first, which for context, I don't really think that I've had any serious critiques visually or like other aspects of a character's kit up until like the last year. I think starting with Freya, moving on, I've started to have more and more and more critiques with the character's visual design, the character's sound design, the character's general like outline, voice acting even. I'm not a fan of Domina's voice acting. I'm not a fan of Freya's execution with sound design. She's way too loud. Her hitbox was a little too similar, I think, initially. I think obviously we've had the whole Onron disaster, which you guys already don't need my thoughts on that. Jetpack Cat is dead silent. Vendetta is dead silent. So starting really with Freya, I mean, you could say Wing as well, because Wing's personality was super annoying, but like that's, I guess, a little bit more subjective. But like starting with Freya, we've started to have some serious critiques besides the hero's just balance and kit. Like they're too loud, or they're not loud enough. They look too similar to other heroes. They're lacking a lot of like the typical Overwatch polish. And I think that like Sierra like really encapsulates that. I actually don't have a problem with her voice actress or anything. Like I don't think it's necessarily like I think it's a direction problem and a personality problem. She's just cookie cutter, bro. She just is. There's nothing unique or different about her whatsoever. She's just peppy and excited to be here, and that's basically it. And honestly, that's not really a major criticism of me, but to me, my expectations for Overwatch are a little bit higher. In terms of even like something like, I know Hazard's a bit controversial. I like Hazard. It just feels like in combination with every other aspect, she is just the quintessential generic DPS character. She just is a person. Like I don't know anything about her. There's nothing implied. There's no nuance. She's just super generic, which is like not the end of the world. That's not a major criticism, but again, in combination with everything else, it raises some questions. Visual design. I did it on her trailer. I think her visual design is poor. I am not an artist, so I'm going to go ahead and give that disclaimer. You can absolutely call me a moron. I'm not going to get my feelings hurt. I think the color scheme for her is just atrocious. I don't mind having 2 different colors. I don't even mind having 3 different colors. But we have 3 different shades of green, 2 or different shades of orange red, and then like 3 different shades of pink. It is completely all over the place. It looks like a Fortnite ripoff. It's nothing like the difference between that and Hazard, who's also an abomination, is it feels intentional with Hazard. If you go to his base skin, he's supposed like, and honestly, like I understand the critiques on Hazard as well. He is kind of an ugly son of a gun. But with Sierra, it felt like this was supposed to look cool, and it just looks jank. It just looks jank. Like it's just absolutely jank city. It looks like a Conquered character. It's not well done. It's not well done. And I know that that's subjective, but there are a lot of other characters that I subjectively don't enjoy, but I can still appreciate. Like Kiriko. Not a huge fan of that, you know? I'm trying to think of what else. I mean, honestly, like I'm trying to think of like other examples of heroes that I don't like the visual design, but but honestly, guys, I'm actually kind of having a hard time. Like Sierra might be in her own tier for me. I really don't have like, you may or may not like Hazard's visual design. I guess Roadhog is ugly, but I don't really have like, it's cohesive. It makes sense. Sierra's just jank, man. I literally, is there a single character that's as jank as this character? Yeah, Zarya's design is a little meh. That's true. That is true. It's more nostalgia. She's kind of not, yeah, that's true. That's true. There's just too many colors going in too many different directions. They should have landed way more into the drone and like simplified other aspects of her kit. But she just is just jank, man. The visuals just don't click for me at all. And there's even like the argument like, oh, but look at her ponytail. Like her ponytail is cool. Like you guys remember the Noir or Widow skin? Her hair doesn't pop out enough to me, if anything. I think they could have leaned way into the drone and the crazy ponytail coloring, but there's just so much other crap going on here. Like her hat is, why is her in the pants? And then like, I find my eyes being drawn to all these different things. Do you guys ever watch, there was that one YouTube video about a year and a half ago, some indie art designer guy did like a critique of Concord's visual design and then a praise of Overwatch design. I really enjoyed it. You watched it and you were like, oh wow, all these things I've kind of known, but now that they're explained from a professional, it actually makes a lot of sense. This feels like this guy would tear this one a new one. Or somebody, I just don't understand why this looks like this. It's also like there's so many different shades of the same color. Like these pinks don't even match, you know? And if you look at her drone, it's even worse. So I'm not going to beat a dead horse with that one. My subjective opinion is that I think her design as a personality is blasé and bland. We've had so many of those back to back to back. I would be a lot more tolerant of it if we had just had Wu Yang. I'm trying to think who else. I guess Juno is pretty inoffensive as well. Sierra. There's a lot of just like, okay, I guess that's a personality kind of a thing. There just isn't really anything interesting to them whatsoever. And I think Sierra kind of falls in that category where there just isn't really anything interesting about her personality. The voice acting is fine. That's not the voice actor's fault. It's the direction and the personality of the character. And then visually, I just find her very ugly. Imre does have stuff going on. It's nothing to do with like ugly in terms of, I mean, Roadhog's infinitely uglier. It's the cohesion. It's the cohesion. I love the ponytail design. I love the drone design. I think they butchered it. And then moving off of this, I think to more objective point of views, she's ridiculously loud. Audio warning. Just a fair warning. Okay. I mean, this is absurd. This is so bad, it should have been hot fixed. I'm not even joking. I really think this is this big of a... But this is up there with like Jetpack Cat being dead silent in point blank range. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Why is it this loud? How is this not noticed? I noticed this in the first game I played her. It's exhausting playing against this hero and playing as this hero. In addition to that, the gun is freaking huge, which is not a big deal. But because the tracer bullets are so glowy, exactly, Ratman, the projectiles are really, really loud visually, and there's a lot of visual clutter, which is like more of a nitpick, but it is something I don't really enjoy, and it's so loud. It's so loud. Yeah, even throwing the drone is loud. Everything about this character is loud. Everything about this character is loud. And the thing is it doesn't make sense that it's loud. There are certain heroes that are inconsistently loud. Vendetta is not loud enough at certain points. Cat, when she's up close to, not loud enough. Roadhog, for years, has been complaining about being too quiet given the level of threat that he is. There's no reason for Sierra to be this loud. Like, it's actually absurd how unbelievable loud this gun is in every aspect of her kit. It's unpleasant to play with and against. And this is one of the things that Overwatch always hits the home run on, or used to. But now it's just like, it's awful. It's unpleasant to play into. So we have visual design, personality direction, and then also her audio design is just terrible. It's not necessarily the sound effects themselves, like that's harder for me to criticize. But she's just so loud, man. There's just no reason for it. It makes it very unpleasant to play into this character. And then we get to the hero fantasy. And this is where I think we can probably... Is there anything else that you guys want to critique in this run? I think that's probably good enough for me from that front before we start talking about kit. Because I want to talk a little bit about the hero fantasy and kind of use that. Because I do like to kind of use that as my balance and design critique standpoint. Because I do try to go in with good faith and be like, okay, they wanted it to be, this is what she does. And so therefore we should kind of look and expect certain things like this. And for me, the hero fantasy is like the drone, the rock climber, whatever else here. First off, yeah, it isn't very clear what it is supposed to be, but from the trailers, the cinematics, it seems like the drone is like the main thing, right? What a train wreck, man. What a disaster. What a disaster. It's not even, it's a fine ability. It's not trash, but it is by no means like the bread and butter of the character. I mean, it is in a way that any mobility is, but it is one of the most disappointing mobility cooldowns in the game. And it's not like an afterthought. Like, you could look at Hanzo's lunge and be like, yeah, that's way worse, of course. But that's like an afterthought to the character's kit. It'd be like if Symmetra Teleporter was really bad, or Soldier Sprint was really bad, which it has been, and that's part of the reason why the characters needed it. Or Onron's Dash, wait, too soon. Or Genji's Dash was a bad part of the kit. Or Winston's Jump was bad. Like, characters that are like defined by this mobility. This mobility is not only slow, it's techless and inconsistent in value. And not only is the mobility aspect of the drone underwhelming, it's the only thing the drone does. We didn't give her, there was no additional tech that you can do with drone. There's no different ways to use the drone. There's no like bunny hopping or cancel it or use your drone not for mobility. Use it once and then you can detonate it, or you can use it to enhance an ability, or like, it just does one thing and it doesn't do it very well. There's so little that you can literally do more with freaking Symmetra's teleport than you can do. It's just not very well finished. You have a character that's completely designed around this little drone thing from a fantasy perspective, and it's just so incredibly boring to use. You can bunny hop if you go low. Perhaps. But the extent of what that actually gives you is so incredibly low. You can't move with it. You can't drone. You can't. There's no tech. There's no etc. utility. It's just like that's it right there. That was it right there. Just nothing. So the entire hero fantasy of what you should think about, like when I look at Sierra, like why would I want to play Sierra? I'm gonna choose drone, and it's kind of what I said when my initial playtest review was like, hey, listen, if you like the way drone is, you're gonna like this character because nothing else really stands out. Well, sadly, the more I've played her, the less that drone stands out. And so I literally have no reason to play this character whatsoever. Her Jordan's fake. So that to me is problem number one. It's like you want to play Sarah because of drone. It's not near as snappy, fun, fluid, no tech, no utility, no cool different things you can do with drone besides just use it. It's just nothing. It's just there. And then we go to the rest of her kit, and it's almost a complete afterthought. Grenade, wow, the tectonic grenade, it bumps them in the air. Another grenade, wow. But this grenade knocks them back. Oh wait, every other grenade does that. Okay, never mind. So the grenade is just there. The grenade is something, I guess. More area of effect damage. And then you have the skill shot, which is like fun to land, I guess. Auto aim, which people were like super concerned about this, but it ends up not being that big of a deal. We'll talk more about the design critiques. Or the balance critiques. I'll talk more about that in a little bit. And then you have like this gameplay loop of like you hit the skill shot and then you go for that afterwards, whatever. But the problem with that is that then you have a lot of your fun is kind of conducive off of whether you actually hit that skill shot, and then her gun can feel very underwhelming otherwise. So from here, the drone feels underwhelming. The grenade is not very interesting. The skill shot's fine. The using the gun on the skill shot is whatever. That's fun. And we're going to talk about balance here, or game health. But a lot of basically, there's no real reason to play Sierra right now unless one of those like bleh things really stands out to you. Like the way that I would describe Sierra right now is if you like Sierra and you're not like a bronze, silver, or gold player that just likes winning games, because she is really good in bronze, silver, gold. If you like Sierra right now, you're like, your mother has been cooking, made homemade macaroni and cheese for 15 years. And it's delicious. There's so many good options. She spices it. She gets like fresh noodles from the local bakery. you know, and then you guys get your cheese from the farmer's market, and then she like puts salt and pepper on it. It's like hand grinded and pink sea salt because surely that tastes better and all that kind of stuff. And then one day she's busy, and then she comes home with Kraft macaroni and cheese, like just the crappy box with like the artificial orange coloring, you know. And then she's like, yeah, sorry. And you're like, oh, that's different. And you taste it, you're like, okay, that's not too bad actually. And then like a week later, you're like, oh, I never want to have this ever again. Like, what? Okay, the novelty was there for like a whopping couple of days. And then I'm like, okay, no, this is not good. Like, it's a new experience. You could do that. Isn't that gosh darn fun? And then that's it. Because it's just so much more. There's so much less. Like somebody was saying, Sojourn provides so much more of a snappier, more fun, more run and gun playstyle. And you can have problems with Sojourn's design, sure, but at least it flows nice. She's just, yeah, Sierra is as bland as store-bought noodles. And so, yes, objectively, there is a novelty to her. But unless you're just really like winning because AoE slop and silver lobbies, this character just doesn't have anything, man. This doesn't have anything. And the way that I look at it too, and this is really bad. Okay, so you guys ready for a spicer? Here's a spicer. Sierra is worse designed than Roadhog. From a perspective. From a perspective. Let me clarify what I mean by that. I'm not saying from a game health perspective. Okay? What I'm saying from is if your entire metric for a hero success rate, hang with me. If your metric for a hero success rate is, does this appeal to a subset of people? Does this provide a unique and fresh experience? She's worse. You get what I'm saying? I would 10 times rather have a Sierra character than a Roadhog character. But guys, I want you to understand, we came from Hazard and Wu Yang, a literal waterbending character, and Venture and Vendetta, which is like, you know, whatever. And we got this? Again, from a balance, from a design perspective, way worse. We've noticed new players to the game seem to be playing her a lot more than everyone else. I understand Gavin. But no. She is the definition of a noob stomper hit scan right now, or a poke character right now. And I think the reason why is because there is so much AoE vomit on the floor right now. And I understand the comment there is that like not every character is going to be for everybody, and that this is just might be a low rank, you know, whatever character. This is my concern though. Remember, we're not looking at things in a vacuum. We're looking at things within context. I would not be critical of her personality if it was within the context of other things. I would not be critical of sound design if it was just an outlier. I wouldn't be as critical. I wouldn't be critical of her. The problem is that we haven't had a banger hero release, in my opinion, for over a year and a half. Yeah, I think it's literally been Wu Yang. It's the last hero design that has actually been relatively interesting. A lot of the other characters have been extremely problematic. I have aged very poorly, or I haven't provided the type of polish. Yeah, Mizuki might be okay. Yeah, Mizuki might be a good shout. But there's just been a lot of not super... There's not been that unique twist. They just feels like we're checking a quota and moving on. Yeah, Wu Yang may not... Okay, so here's the thing. Wu Yang may not be your cup of tea, but there's like an intent there, and I think the intent is relatively well executed. You understand what I'm saying? Whereas you look at a lot of the other characters, the intent is there, but either they're not well executed or not, you know? Jetpack Cat seems pretty unique. Well, yeah, that's true. But when I'm talking about uniqueness in a vacuum, obviously Domina's unique. Obviously Jetpack Cat's unique. I'm saying, does the gameplay loop, does it work? Does it click? I have found since Wu Yang, in my opinion, either characters with interesting potential that have been poorly executed or characters that aren't that interesting at all. I think Domina is a good example of a character that has an interesting potential, but the shield loop is just obscenely boring. Onron is definitely one. Interesting potential. Wow. Not that interesting to me. I think Cat's whatever. Emre is not really intended to be all that unique, so Emre is whatever. Mizuki's fine. Maybe Mizuki gets the pass. But yeah, let me stay on track. Let me kind of clarify. You guys have to cut me some slack here because I've not scripted this. This is just a Twitch discussion. Yeah, Vendetta's another good one. I agree. Has a lot of potential. So to continue, I think Sierra is, if she's intended to be an accessible whatever noob character, so be it. I would be happier about that. If the lead up to her had not been also kind of low skill ceiling as well, if that makes sense. I am looking at this from a different perspective. I think there's a lot of characters that we've seen that have had the potential to have very interesting gameplay loops and that have been disappointing with how those have been executed. Vendetta, Onron, Domina, heck, even Emre to a lesser extent. Character does not have a very complicated gameplay loop. It's really just a mechanical ceiling. And even Jetpack Cat, right? Even Mizuki, right? We haven't really had... I legitimately think Wu Ying might be the highest skill ceiling character that we have had in quite some time. Wu Ying or Freya, with Freya being almost strictly mechanical. So we don't, certainly I hope what's next is not another low skill ceiling character, because we are swamped with them. Moving on from that, I don't like her gameplay loop. I think the hero fantasy of what would appeal to a character, like, here's the other thing too, is if you want to make a character that is appealing and more accessible, that doesn't mean that you have to increase the skill ceiling or lower the skill ceiling. It just means you need to make the skill floor accessible. You know? There's zero reason that we have to make Drone this uninteresting to play with, or this to make her accessible for lower ranks. You understand what I'm saying? It's not, because a good example of that is Genji, right? Where he's actually a bit of a noob stomper a little bit. He's very popular in low ranks. He performs very well in low to mid ranks, but he has a very, very high skill ceiling. You know? Even Lucio, right? Like, Lucio scales very well, but is definitely accessible, and so on. So, why is Sierra a noob stomper? Well, she's got insane AoE value. I was actually watching this Dark Souls guy that I'm a big fan of. Just some Dark Souls videos, Sekiro stuff, Elden Ring, whatever. And he was playing 66 console Overwatch, probably like a bronze or silver player. Not very good at the game. And they were getting dumpstered by the enemy Sierra. Literal team wipe every single ultimate, which is, part of that's a skill issue. But here's the tricky thing with Sierra then. The value that she can get from vomiting damage on main with grenade and with her ultimate is so steep that we end up in a situation where she is vastly overperforming in low ranks and not performing in high ranks. And I'm going to have to address this again. It is not bad to have slightly different metas in high ranks and low ranks. It's not bad at all. Some of that is unsolvable. We've talked about map voting can be a difficult thing in that regard, but having a gap that large is a concern because it makes it almost impossible to balance. Very difficult to balance. Because you'll have characters that are very frustrating to play against in low ranks and then very frustrating to play against in high ranks. And if that gap is too big, then you can't do anything. Isn't not a bit of an argument as to why heroes should be made balanced around high ranks? No, Rhea. Because then you'd have the same problem. Because Rhea, based off of that argument, then we should just leave Sierra as she is because she's not very good in high ranks, so who cares? If you're, I kind of get what you're saying. You're like saying that like we need to, but like I think even then that's dangerous. Like yeah, it's oppressive. It's difficult, and the reason why that's the case is not just that. It's also her primary fire. Her damage is actually really solid. Her damage is really solid. The problem is that if you're not spamming down a choke or spamming out a tank, you're not going to really feel it all that much. Yeah. So if you're just hitting all your shots, you could put out a lot of damage. But that's not how the game works in most ranks. It's just pumping it down main, completely brainless. So yeah, you could destroy tanks. You can destroy shields. The other problem with Sierra is that, like, we've mentioned this before, the skill shot is an I win cooldown if you don't know how to use cover. But if you use cover, it's the inverse of Sojourn shot where you burst somebody behind before they get behind cover. Instead, you alert them that you're going to be focusing them down and give them a chance to respond. She's just not the drone hero we expected and is more so another hit scan with a nade, right? Her projectile speed has to be low, so her aimbot isn't a delete button. Yeah, no, I understand. So I'm not here to propose solutions. That's the key thing. Like today is going to be one of the few times where I'm not going to be proposing solutions. I'm just going to be criticizing. Because ultimately, at this point in time, it's like my point here is like I will provide feedback at some later point in time. We can definitely brainstorm some solutions. But this is not a job done. Well done. This is not a job well done. This is just not a job well done. And this is why I've concerned. This is why I talked about the cadence months ago, because this is something that we could see from behind. We could see this becoming a problem months and months and months ago. It's not an accident to me that when you look at the characters that are like, oh man, the design, we never finished Freya's sound design, or we never like dominated, like the on run's clunky, and then like why, like and here's another question, completely unrelated hero design. Their perk balancing and perk updates and perk refresh and just their care for the entire perk system fell off a cliff after like late summer. Why? Because they're human beings. So listen, I'm not criticizing the devs here's capabilities. Let me be very clear. I feel like that shouldn't need to be said, but let me just make doubly sure. I just don't think that they have the time. I just don't think they have the time. And that goes not just for the balance and design team, but I'm talking about the art team, and I'm talking about the sound team. It's just not, this cadence is, this has been tough. And Sierra's, we still have, here's the thing. People talk about like, oh, Vendetta. Dude, I am of the opinion now, if something doesn't change in the next year with the cadence of things, I don't think Vendetta will ever be fixed. I don't think Freya will ever be fixed. I don't think Sojourn will ever be fixed. I'm wondering if On-Run will ever be fixed. Domina never will be fixed. These are heroes that would be awesome with just a couple of minor... Nope, never be fixed. And I know that's my bias. That's my POV. But I don't think that's necessarily my bias completely necessary. Because like people freaking ban Vendetta like crazy. You know? People ban Jetpack Cat off of cooldown. Roadhog is still Roadhog, you know? So, yeah. So my trouble with Sierra, like my in-depth, and I'm going to compile some notes here is I think that she is an AoE slop spam poke DPS with an undercooked mobility tool that is her entire hero fantasy, is loud, visually garish, not particularly interesting personality-wise, and a complete noob stomper and trash in higher ranks due to inherently baked-in weaknesses of her kits. That's it. That's my opinion. I mean, I don't even know why we have the ability to destroy our drone. Like, what? There's even buttons that she has that don't even make sense. You don't even get it back faster. So, yeah, I don't even know why that it's there. It doesn't need to be there. There's literally no reason to destroy your drone at all. At all. So, no, it doesn't reduce cooldown. It doesn't reduce cooldown. It's the exact same cooldown, whether you destroy it or whether you don't. Do you see what I'm saying? Why does this button exist? It's not even like, oh, they might shoot it. Okay. Yeah, honestly, dude, even the melee animation is weird. Am I the only one who sees like a backhand? Am I the only one who sees it? Now we're just looking for things to be mad over. But it is a little strange.
Strike from above. Always climb, never fall.
So, that's my opinion. Oh, I didn't know what you meant by primary. Like, you mean shoot then melee? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it kind of goes. Yeah, I see it.
Always climb, never fall.
Wait.
From above.
Wait, why is it a...
Climb, never fall.
In my
It
world,
is...
there are no secrets.
Always climb, never fall.
Anyway. That's mostly it. I'll probably compile some notes and record something, but I'm just I would have liked so far, like, the gimmick has been that, like, whenever new characters came out prior to the 5 hero dump, I would put a lot of time into them and generally kind of come away with an appreciation that, hey, there's a lot of, like, things redeemable. Like, I didn't think I would like Wu Ying that much, and I ended up liking him. I even liked Freya okay. I thought she was too loud, but despite being in a balanced abomination, there was a certain flow and something satisfying about aspects of her kit. Sarah just hasn't really done it for me, man. Like, hasn't done it for me at all. And I'm talking about, like, there are characters that I had no idea that I would like back in the day. You know? So. I think the other thing that concerns me too, and this is not NDA, because I'm allowed to talk about it, and I have talked about it, and I've already said this, but there really have been no adjustments to this character from the very first playtest. I'm talking about, like, when she, like I said, when she didn't even have a voice actress, she has had essentially 0 changes to her kit. Not literally 0, like, there have been some number tweaks. Her grenade functions slightly different than it was before, but she always had a grapple, she always had a skill shot, she always had a grenade, and it always felt kind of boring, and then nothing changed. So it's like, it feels like there just hasn't been time or opportunity for even iteration off of the process. So either there's like either they really do like this gameplay loop, which, okay, I mean, I don't get it, or there just hasn't been any time to iterate on it at all. This is November, late November, early December. So there wasn't any iteration at all. Some characters didn't need it. This was the character that I felt that did.
Pack a punch, don't I?
I don't think that they're going back to not caring. That's overly harsh. I don't think that's the case at all. I'm of the opinion that the current content cadence is not sustainable with the team that they currently have right now. That's it. And I don't know who makes those decisions. I doubt it's certainly not the devs, but the current content cadence, and I hope that there's somebody out there with some sort of decision making that is tired of hearing me complain about this for months and months and months on end. And guys, the only reason I'm doing this is I'm not trying to be this Mr. Entitled, my taste is subjective. This is I care about the health of this game. I want this game to succeed. I was complimenting this game when everybody was calling it trash because I could see the writing on the wall that they were doing the right things. They just needed to wait it out. I was complimenting this game before Perks came out. I was complimenting this game, defending this game a year and a half ago, 2 years ago when they were actually making good changes. I feel like the opposite is true right now, where we're riding a wave and we're making choices that I don't think long term are going to make any sense. And I am when people come to an Overwatch, I want to be like, yo, you should try this character out, see how they flow. And I just honestly don't feel like I'm very proud of some of the hero designs that they've had recently, in terms of how they look, how they flow, how unique of an experience they are. That it just hasn't been. It's just not been all that impressive to me. I don't even necessarily think drunk is a word to use. Like, oh, they're drunk in success. Like somebody's drunk in success. I think. I don't think it's the devs. You know, so, and I hope I hope that like the criticisms that you guys like, we're like, these devs are real people, you know, so like we need to be really respectful of the work that they've done, because the dev team that they have has done an amazing job. It's the same dev team that we were praising. It's just that right now they're under a cadence that doesn't allow, in my opinion, for iterating enough. I just don't think there's been enough iteration on many of the characters. And again, Sierra's like a great manifestation of like everything wrong with current Overwatch hero design from every single aspect of her kit, visual design, and sound. But I also think that like we've seen problems with that going back to like how they've treated the perk system for the last 8 months, how they treated balance recently, and then also over fall, I think. The way the polish that some of the 5 new characters came out with, how they handled the Vendetta situation. The lack of reworks for, I mean, how long? 2 years? 2 years? Something like that? When was the last rework that we had? I know that we're getting them now, but they were on indefinite pause for years. You concerned about the next heroes? I'm not going to talk about it. Was Roadhog the last hero rework? Jeez. And there's potential. I don't think there's been a complete lack of iteration. I've talked about how Mizuki, what Kasa did with him, I think really improved his gameplay loop. I was really concerned about Mizuki because there were like, because like a lot of the 5 new heroes just didn't really feel super polished, you know? Like Jetpack, I was like, oh gosh, you know, and Domina with a massive shield glot sustain. And she was really bad too. And then Emre didn't quite flow as well. And I was like, oh man, Mizuki, like there's nothing. And then Kasa did good work in Mizuki. Kasa reduced his poke range, but made a lot of his kit a lot snappier, increased he had a little jump and speed, and visually looked smoother. And like, there's like a lot of little tiny things that did in Mizuki. I don't even remember all of them, that I did not like playing Mizuki in the initial playtest. And then on his release, I was like, oh wow, yo, this is actually really fun. Like so he's not perfect, but like the iteration is there. Like there's effort there. I think it was good. So and you look at like the map reworks, like in Arctic, which I think were really good. They look great. There's a lot of really good dev work being done right now, but like, I don't know, man. This kind of was initially a talk about Sierra, but this is kind of exploded and gone in a different direction. And maybe that's just kind of like, maybe that's just kind of how it has to be. Maybe that makes one. Maybe that's kind of like unintentionally accurate. because a lot of things felt like they've kind of fallen through the cracks, you know? The skin design is amazing. The skins are going crazy, but... Congrats, Drew, man. Well done, dude. I think Overwatch has gotten too comfortable again. Needs some of the big twists up. I don't know. I hear you, and I think from a, but like maybe that's like honestly, Rhea, maybe I'm too cynical, but like I don't know that I necessarily agree. I understand why you're saying that, but to me, like it's like the mindset that we have to constantly mix it up is maybe like I look at every single one of these characters and I'm like, dude, there's like at least a B or a B plus tier character design once you clean up some crap, you know? All of these are like, to me, it's more about the quality, not like, oh, we need another big mix-up, you know? Maybe we don't. Maybe we just need to like actually finish the perk system and really put some iteration on that. Maybe we need more experimentation with the perk system. Maybe we need more map reworks. You know, maybe we need to do a hero rework in a quality of life and a sound design passover. Now, I think it's hubris of me to expect all of that, but like, surely there has to be like, okay, is it stupid for me to expect everything to be clean and perfect and balanced and like in the game? Of course it's stupid. But is it also stupid to think that Overwatch should just full head of steam ahead, full content spam? No, it's not. I mean, we literally know. You know? Like even this, right, the sub-roll system as well. Like we haven't even talked about that, you know? Like, if we're going to keep the perk system, if it's worth doing, then maybe we should think about perks as a whole. Maybe we should discuss what about old perks? What about base kit perks? You know, what about how fast you earn or lose perks? What about perk design? Which perks have... What about power creep through perks? Right, or all the audio issues? Yeah. I just, my thing is, it's like, you can't be the content game all the time. All the time. Like, you can't have your gig. Do you guys remember when Rivals dropped? Do you guys remember when Rivals dropped? And everyone's like, Overwatch, respond, Overwatch, respond, Overwatch. You guys remember that? And they just didn't do anything for months. They didn't do anything for months. I think it was like December, November-ish. Nothing for December. Nothing for January. And then it was like mid-February. And then the people were starting to complain about Rivals and some of the map design, hero design, balance. Oh, 6v6. There's nobody plays support. Nobody plays thing, whatever. And then we get perks. Then we get Stadium. And it was like, Overwatch was like, all right, y'all get yours, I'll get mine, you know? Like, they really focused on having, like, this big, nice, quality product. You know, whatever you think of Stadium and perks, like, clearly a lot of effort and work was put into it. Okay, awesome. And then they can't respond instantly. That's not how the pipe works. Exactly. So it's like, you can't be the guy all the time. Like, you can't have a banger every time. Now, I know what you're saying, but isn't that what you're complaining about, Sierra? Don't you, like, what? No, my point being is that having a hero design be just another hero as part of, like, the generic cadence, I don't like that. I think almost... Why are there two painters? This is a bug? Yeah, speaking of bugs, guys, you know, speaking of quality of life and cleaning your game up, I've never seen this bug before. My point is that hero designs, hero releases need to feel like, hey, this is an important moment, right? This actually matters, right? I think 4 hero releases a year, maybe something like that. I feel like there's a nuance, right? I think the dial's been too turned up. It's too turned up. I think it's too turned up. 4 is not enough. I just could not possibly disagree more. We've had 3 for 9 years. 10 years. I mean, that's not my decision to make. I don't really have a strong opinion on it necessarily. But not when Rivals is doing 12 a year. And yeah, and how well is Rivals doing? Like, you can't compare it to Rivals anymore. Like, we are so far and away to where that's even a relevant comparison anymore. That's literally, that comparison was relevant a year ago. You know? A year ago. You know? The concern of like, oh, well, what if they don't release a tank I like this year? Well, the problem is that imagine you're the, like, if we get, like, see, the thing with Sierra is for a lot of DPS players, she might as well not even exist. You know? Like, it's really simple, guys. If you release one hero a year, you could better darn well believe that that hero is going to be polished to high heaven. However, that's kind of an extreme, and you're going to have a lot of devs sitting on their hands like, well, what do we do now? One a year is not enough. Right? Sure. Understandable. And then you get to 12 a year, and you're like, wow, everybody's got like 3 or 4 choices and that may click with you, but I guarantee you that every single one of those options is going to feel unfinished and like not quite hit it for you. You know, you're going to be like, oh, I really want to like this character, but they just never did that. But they're too busy. They'll never fix it. They're moving on. You know? There's a balance. You know? When you drop 5 heroes at once after the year before releasing an entire new perk system, you know? There's a balance. We have 6 heroes released. Guys, we have double the amount of heroes released right now that they did for the entirety of last year, and it's April. It's April, and we have double the amount of heroes that they released last year. Don't tell me that cadence isn't crazy, no? Like, come on. Now they're going to do that every year moving forward? They said, oh, probably not really sure. Yeah, I can see why. Because I just don't think that these things are finished. And so to me, it's like, yeah, when the cadence gets so fast that you stop enjoying. Like for me, I really wanted to like Onron. And it just like, no. And I think a lot of people have talked with it the same thing. Like they really thought that they really wanted to like Onron, and just isn't it. So ironically, they had their shiny new toy. They had that Kraft macaroni and cheese for a couple of weeks. The novelty wears off. They go back and they play Genji again. And they go back and they play Tracer again. Or they go back and they play Ana again. Or Lucio, you know. That's the problem. That's the problem. Is congrats. You hooked me because it's a new shiny toy. But then that's it. I go back. You just go back. Does that really count? Does that really count as like, do you really care? Congrats. Like for 3 weeks out of the year, you got a new toy. 3 weeks out of 52, you got your new toy. You know? Yeah, 4, 5, whatever, 6, whatever. 1 every season seems pretty crazy to me. Maybe 6 a year is doable. It's just that with the 5 at once, it was too much. Again, I want to remind you guys, I need it every 10, 15 minutes or so. Empathy. The devs have worked really hard. They're very competent. It's fine. If you guys have seen me coach when I'm really tired or overworked, it's good. I do the best that I can, but it's not the same product, you know? Maybe Isaac, I'm not sure. So, I think 6 is fine because 10 is what's caused these issues. Yeah, maybe. But, yeah, we'll see. It's a big adjustment period for a lot of folks of like it basically being a character that feels pretty polished. And then, okay, am I going to like it or I'm not going to like it? To where now it's like, am I going to like it or not going to like it? And it's also not super polished. It's not like there's a major fall off. It's not like Onron's unplayable. It's not like Vendetta's unplayable, or Sierra is just the jankiest, goofiest, most horrific design in the history of the universe. It is just a noticeable step down. It just is. It's a step down. You know, so. And yeah, there's a question of like tank, DPS, or support. Should they release one every year? That's I'm not sure. Do you think Sierra is a weaver of DPS? Honestly, yes, I do. I actually do. That's a great analogy. That's a great analogy. Let me explain why. Nothing to do with performance necessarily, although that's definitely partly true. It's more to do with like the best way to describe Weaver to me, my problems with Weaver, is that Weaver feels like somebody said, what if, and that was it. It's like, what if you could like reposition a teammate and then like pedal your team, like pull yourself to high ground? It feels like a lot of like gimmicks and utility, but something that doesn't exactly flow all that well. And then even if they did want to make it flow well, like life grip or pedal or whatever else, especially with release Weaver, didn't work at all. They did not like the fact that life grip has like a 20-second cooldown but didn't cleanse. And then you couldn't reposition a teammate to take high ground because that was your 20-second defensive cooldown. And then pedal was slow. And then like, so it was like, okay, if it had been done well, Weaver would have been maybe tolerable, very like, controversial, but like would have actually like flowed, but he didn't flow. For me, Sierra was like, well, what if we had a character with a drone and a tracking shots? And then that was it. That was it. Just like kind of like, does a character with a drone need a tracking shot? Should a tracking shot be with a drone character? How should the drone function? What does a drone do? Oh yeah, and then parting gift gimmick. Yeah, exactly. Like there was so much like it was like a is it a chimera? Is that what they call it? Like it's just a combination, just this, you know? It's like a lot of the other kits you'll be like, well, they have this because this needs this. Like for example, you look at a character like, we'll say Genji. Genji needs a gap closer. So he has dash. But dash is also an offensive tool. So the risk reward of whether you use dash to finish off kills or reposition can be skill checked by your ability to position yourself around the map. What would you think a ninja should be able to do? Wall climb, reposition around the map, do double jump, crazy crap like that. Guess what he can do? But then, so that Genji isn't all feast or famine, as in I get the kill or I'm dead, he has a way of maintaining your attention and defending himself. So yes, you could do damage to him and then he will do damage to you, sure. But also the deflect is what allows Genji to actually do something without killing you. Right? So not only does he do exactly what he looks like he does, but he can also, his gameplay loop is like pretty flowable. Same thing goes with Tracer. Yeah, Venture's another good shout, right. What you think Venture can do, Venture does. And there's a pretty clear logic about it, especially once they change the way the whole cooldown reduction on Burrow works to where like it flows both. Now we're cooking, right? Whether you like Venture or not, there's a flow.
Let's make history.
With Sierra, it just feels like,
Always climb, never fall.
why does Sierra need nade? Not saying she obviously needs any help that she can get for performance in high ranks, but what about her nade? Like what about a rock climbing? What's special about Tectonic Grenade? Why does Sierra have a gun that's extremely inaccurate? Why would a rock climber character, or what? In what world does this weapon make any combat sense like this at all? Right? Why does this technology work like this? Now, I'm not saying it's not impossible to come up with an answer to that, but then that needs to be like maybe it's a weapon that's too big for her to handle, and that she's getting accustomed to it. But right? right? Why doesn't she wall climb? I mean, yeah, like what is this? What's going on? Yeah, so it just a lot of it just feels arbitrary and not super creative or clever. But anyway, I've done enough complaining. Obviously, a lot of this is very clearly subjective. Whoops, that's popped up. It's more of a critique of cadence and quality. Quality control, quality design with Overwatch is just I think fallen off. You guys know what I'm talking about. And even if you don't necessarily agree with every single point, which obviously that you're not going to, I hope you guys understand the spirit of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be the voice of balance here. You know, when everyone's crapping on Overwatch, and I actually think they're trying to do some good choices. They're trying to make some good decisions. They've got a good system in play. You know, I try to call balls and strikes. You know what I'm saying? I'm not disagreeable. I'm not purposely disagreeing with the majority just to be an ass. I'm just saying that oftentimes the majority is slow to come to the conclusions of what's actually the case. Like Overwatch, everyone's like, oh my gosh, Overwatch is actually fun again. You guys in chat have been knowing that like Overwatch has been fun for a while, man. Overwatch has been fun for a long time, you know? But then now Overwatch is getting a little messy. Some material design, sound design, visual design, bugs, and then, you know, new system. And it's like, oh, but it's like, you know, we can't sit here and we gotta keep him, we gotta call it like it is. That's it. So. I promise you I'm not trying to be disagreeable. I'm not trying to be disagreeable. And I do know that at least a couple of things I said in this are wrong, you know. But, yeah. Hydrate, thank you. Wait, I'm out of water. Where's my water? Yo, where the heck is my water? I don't know. I'm gonna go get some more water in a second. If the next series is abysmal as this, will kill the excitement of a new hero release for me. Yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. I will finish this on a good note. I know the game is in capable hands if they're allowed to cook. If they're given that opportunity to do what they can do well, they're going to do well. Yeah. So let's... And the other good news is that I have fun playing Overwatch. I don't like the trend that it's going right now. I think it's gotten worse in the last year, maybe. But I have a lot of fun playing Overwatch, so... Game is in one of the best states since a long time ago. From a gameplay loop perspective, I would say it's in a solid state. I think it's been in better states in the last year and a half, 2 years. From a public perception state, objectively, the best state it's been in a long time. And it's still better than it was for like the first 2 years of Overwatch 2 and probably the last several years of Overwatch 1 as well. What do you think it'll do for the anniversary? You'll have to wait and see. Okay, I'm gonna get some water. You quit out Rivals for Overwatch when the 5 came out? There's a lot of new things to try. There's a lot of new things to try for sure. And if you hadn't played with perks and a lot of the other stuff, then there's a lot of cool things. I think Rivals is a great example of like what we were talking about earlier, where it's like the cadence is so incredibly fast that they actually, I won't even say by accident, they sometimes hit some really interesting ideas. Yo, thank you for the 20 months, dude. I appreciate it. Like, there's some of the characters I've even watching are like, yo, that looks really cool. You know? The Deadpool, isn't that the guy that like role swaps chronically or whatever? I don't know what Black Cat is. No, wait, he's 3 different heroes? The heck? Wait, okay, now you got me curious. Do I actually look it up? Black Cat Marvel Rivals. Duelist, of course. Ah, it's loud. My goodness.
Alicia's here to steal a win. Good fortune for me.
Wall climb. Dash. Looks like Black Panther.
For me.
What was that? That was her shift. So she has 2 dashes like Psylocke.
For me.
Got like claws. Wait, she has range damage as well?
Good fortune for me.
Wait, no, she stole them. She stole their money. She stole their money.
Good fortune for me.
With her E, she stole their money. What does that do? She gets over health. So wait a second. So she steals money from you and gets over health from it.
For me.
She has a shop. Dash. More money from doing damage and getting kills. Dash. Whip. Whip. Oh, and then finishes it off with like a chase kill and then teleports back.
Me. Ouch. Let's make a deal. Peekaboo.
What does that do? Damage? Or is it like a scouting orb or something?
Eat your heart out, strange. Deliciously dangerous.
This game is so extra, man.
Now's the perfect time to strike.
Wait, stealth?
You crossed my path.
It's so funny though, because you could sit here and make fun of this, but it'd be like, yeah, that looks fun to try. If it was a different game. If it was a different game. Oh, no, I haven't seen Deadpool. Oh. Yeah. He's even worse. You guys want to do some React slop? Let's do some React slop. People have been dumping all sorts of crap and content suggestions, and I haven't watched any of it. It's been like months. I'm kind of tired. I'm either gonna do quick play or React slop. So maybe there's some videos we can look at. Maybe some Wizard Kyong videos which I haven't seen yet. Let's see if there's anything else. I can kind of go through these if you guys want to like see anything that stands out here. Hang on. I watched this SVB video, so I don't want to look at it in stream. It's good. It's good. Dr. K's definition of greatness. That if it's quick. I haven't seen that. What is this? RAM rework. Not really going to be doing rework stuff. Twist in Mind so good. Maybe we'll just look at like Wizard Hyung and the perks are terrible for Overwatch. We can maybe look at it. We'll see how good. Okay, it's 5 minutes. Maybe we could suffer through 5 minutes, but oh, Overwatch Stadium. Oh yeah, dude, I wanted to look at this. Okay, yeah, I'm so glad we do this. The lie that ruined Overwatch. Why would I even bother? I think we'll stop there. Sorry if I'm skipping any of y'all's stuff. I'm not looking at r/heal slots. Pass. Yeah. Okay. We'll take a look. Let's look at the. Let's do it like an ascending order.
Being fully you. If you look at most people, this is going to sound kind of weird, but you pay attention to their head, they're running away from themselves. I don't want to be this. I want to be like this. I want to be like this person. I want to be like, you're not being you. So, I was in my second, third week of medical school. I saw like all of my colleagues would like study a lot, right? So we go to class and they'd be like chugging coffee and it's like 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m. And I was trying to do that because I was like, I have all this stuff to learn. It just didn't work. I didn't do great on my first set of tests and I was like, I got to figure this out. And I was like, I just can't work like these people. So instead I leaned into my yogic training, woke up at 4:30 every day, would study for 2 hours a day between 5 and 7 in the morning. And then I would go to class, finish class, go home, just do whatever. And then I'd go to sleep. So I only studied 2 hours a day during medical school. In the right 2 hours of the day, everything goes into my head. It's fresh. My absorption just drops so much when I'm fatigued. I'm not sleeping well because I've had so much caffeine. You have talents that other people can't even imagine. But as long as
No, Rhea, I'm not doing this. That's the problem. I was doing this, and then I ended up getting too busy, and I wasn't doing this crap.
you were trying to be someone else, the strategy that worked for somebody else worked for that set of genetics, worked at that time. And so, like, you have to lean into who you...
I mean, I appreciate the point there, but it seems kind of like, hey, wouldn't that just be better for, like, 95% of people to do this? Like... Who are you guys? How many of you guys in chat, if you guys grind Overwatch for 11 hours a day and 3 hours of sleep and tilt queue, that got you to Grandmaster? That's not who you are. That's just stupid. I don't know about that. Who I am is just somebody that intelligently studied while every other degenerate was studying like a moron. Look at that.
I dislike the perk system. I will start with the most objective arguments and then get more and more subjective. Readability. There are two ways in which perks decrease readability. First, you don't know that all of a sudden the enemy has a specific perk, or the other way is that the perk inherently decreases readability. Let's start with the first case. A player should always be able to know what exactly the enemy abilities do. When I see a Sojourn Orb in front of me, it should either always slow me or never, because that information is crucial for my decision making on whether I can walk through it or not. When Reaper's wave ends, I should know if he has increased movement speed after or if he does not. Cassidy was always a hero that is not very threatening at range, but as soon as he picks the Silver Bullet perk, he can all of a sudden two-tap someone from a distance he couldn't before. Then there are also perks that inherently decrease readability. The Soldier Stim perk is inherently less readable than his Biotic Field, which leads to his opponents not knowing that he is healing himself right now. Other examples are, when Sigma uses Kinetic Cycle, it becomes way less readable when he has Rock. Or when Enwyn uses Short Fuse, it becomes way less readable when her Inferno...
I mean, you could press tab to discover this, but that's like saying that, like, if you really, really, really pay attention during the Symmetra Wall, Malga Cage, Juno ult, you can see who's inside. Like, yeah, but it's not. It's a dramatic decrease in the consistent lifetime readability of it. So whether you could see it or not, whether it can be done better or not, perks objectively reduce lifetime readability. Now, whether you think that means perks are bad, I don't know, but it's objectively true. So it is a question of like which one is more of a priority, that progression, that variety of gameplay, or having a consistent gameplay loop that's able to be tracked. Like, isn't Queen a reduction? Queen acts a reduction readability by the way she has it or not? What? Of course, this issue existed in forms before perks, but acting as if perks didn't dramatically increase that, I think it's just pig-headed. You know, you can admit, you can say that I like perks, but yeah, it definitely reduces readability a lot. That's true. You never really know exactly what, like one moment Doomfist has Power Matrix, one moment he doesn't, you know? And it's hard to keep track with that. So, sure.
Just have run out. And before Emre equips Heatsink, it is clear that in 5 seconds this ability will have run out. But when he has that perk, one can't rely on that anymore. I think these examples make it clear that in terms of readability, perks are a big downgrade. Snowballing. Perks are another thing that lead to snowballing additional to ultimates. It feels bad after losing the first 2 fights that the enemy team has ultimates and perks and their own team doesn't have either. Also, the difference between snowballing with ultimates is that to actually use the advantage, the team has to use and therefore lose their ultimates at some point. So eventually the team that has all the advantage first will lose that advantage.
Yes.
Now that I have already shown you 2 downsides of the perk system, I have to ask myself, why is the system in the game? If there's something that makes the game feel better overall, then why would it make sense to wait until half the game is over to improve the experience? This also works the other way around. If there's something that makes the game feel worse overall, then why would it make sense to put it into the game at all? Just cause some BS is hidden behind a mid-game progression system does not make it feel better to interact with. Balance.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, true. And the question why it's progression is like it feels good to achieve that perk, but and there were also probably some perks that are really that are fun, but that if they were in the game earlier would be very broken, and so therefore you'd have to take away that fun. But right, exactly. Putting them later has to get away with having kind of OP perks, but yeah, that's true.
The base kit of some heroes gets nerfed because they have powerful perks, but using the base kit of a hero is more interesting than just getting a buff in the middle of the game. Here's an example of Winston's base kit getting nerfed because of his perks. Quote, with the introduction of perks, Winston has been overperforming. By adjusting his survivability...
This is really stupid. This is really stupid. I don't look at this necessarily as a legitimate argument, though, against perks. I think this is an argument against bad balancing. It's the same thing they did with Tracer, where they made her gun feel awful instead of just nerfing her perks. This is just dumb. This is just dumb development. This is just poor development, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. You know what I'm saying?
Exchanging some of his armor for health, we aim to bring him in line with other tanks, without significantly impacting his overall gameplay. End quote. So what is the point of adding a perk to increase survivability, and then nerfing the survivability in the base kit? Then why did you increase the survivability with the perk in the first place? In this case, the developer said that perks are the reason for this nerf. But there are also other cases where they don't say that perks are a reason for the nerf, but it still feels like if a certain perk would not exist, then there would be no reason to nerf that part of the base kit.
Genji, Tracer.
Would Genji's deflect cooldown have gotten nerfed
there it
if
is.
the mediation perk wouldn't exist? Paul also probably only got nerfs to his HP because the adaptive barrier perk exists.
What's up,
Decreases
Redstorm?
depth and fun. Some perks make...
Now, I'm curious to hear his argument on this one, because I agree with everything that's been said here, but I'm curious about decreasing depth and fun. This is this is a Ralph opinion.
Decreases depth and fun.
I'm open to it.
Make heroes more boring.
So he has to say.
For example, Ash's remote detonator perk just removes the skill shot of hitting the dynamite.
This is incorrect. Remember, guys, just because one thing gets easier doesn't mean that it in a vacuum or makes the character easier to play. This is a common misunderstanding. Well, if you can do this, then it just objectively makes it better. Imagine if in chess you were not allowed to move your pawn without declaring to the other player that you can move your pawn. I intend to move my pawn next turn. There'd be a massive debuff, right? So you'd have to kind of let the enemy know your strategy ahead of time. And then imagine that there was a hotfix for chess. It's like you don't actually have to tell the other team, oh, it just makes it easier. Well, no, well, yeah, but because you can do that now, there are other more complicated strategies that are available to you. Because if you are able, if you guys have watched any of my Masters and Grandmaster Dynamite Ash coaching sessions, the conversations that we have around remote detonator are not like, oh wow, isn't this so gosh darn easy to use dynamite? It's more along the lines of like, hey, you need to 2-tap with this. Like, we need to use the dynamite and like, how can we combo this while also aiming? So you need to do multiple inputs. You get what I'm saying? Now, do you still think that, oh, I still don't like the perk as a whole? I think, okay, sure. But it is false to say that it makes the character easier in a vacuum. It makes a certain aspect of the character, but there is a value ceiling that now gets raised because the expectation to utilize this tech with remote detonator is now assumed. Giving more options that makes a one option easier does not reduce the skill ceiling of what a character can do. So this is objectively not true. This is way too single-minded. That's like saying that Ryan is easier now that you can cancel pin. Yes, but you're required skill check wise to cancel pin to block CDs now, and that's a part of the balance of what Reinhardt does in a vacuum. Is that on a relative skill gradient, you are, as Reinhardt, are expected to be able to predict and cancel pin to block cooldowns now. So the mechanics of Dynamite are easier, but the strategy and mechanics of using Dynamite while also being able to shoot are harder.
Dynamite. Also, Wrecking Ball's hang time perk makes him feel worse to play because it takes longer to slam and it does not fit his getting in and out playstyle. Even the Steamroller perk makes him feel worse to play because I don't want to be extra incentivized to boop tanks for extra damage. In his case, both major perks are actively working against the gameplay.
Make the game easier, am I right?
Chess would be more skillful. You had a king and 15 pawns. Yeah, exactly, Waloo. Thanks for the 2 years, dude. I get the argument here. It's like hang time isn't necessarily a super strategic. There's not as much strategy behind hang time.
Playstyle.
It's just
Even
more
the
damage.
Steamroller perk makes him feel worse to play because I don't want to be extra incentivized to boop tanks for extra damage. In his case, both major perks.
And for my problem with Steamroller is not to do with being incentivized to boop tanks, although I think that's partly true. It's the fact that it has like way too volatile of a value ceiling, if it makes sense. Like, as in, if Steamroller actually increases the skill ceiling of what a ball can do by a lot, but it leads to some really stupid interactions, and it means it's very difficult to balance because like it's just not a very great perk for a lot of ball players up until you get to like a very high mechanical ceiling, and then it becomes like absurdly stupid. It's just something that's challenging for a lot of lower mid-rank ball players. So it's just inconsistent.
Because I don't want to be extra incentivized to boop tanks for extra damage. In his case, both major perks are actively working against the gameplay identity Ball has. Why would you force a movement hero to either slow down his movement or make it unnecessary to dodge cooldowns, since the cooldowns can just get blocked with the Adaptive Barrier perk? Solution.
And I don't agree with that Steamroller is like a bad gameplay loop necessarily either, because prior to 5v5 and a lot of the boop resistance stuff, which it's not as prevalent obviously right now, Ball was actually very motivated to boop and displace tanks. That's actually weaker now with one tank, and weaker for tanks that have boop resistance. So Steamroller, I don't agree with it necessarily, but if anything, it actually allows Ball to occasionally focus tanks, which is not really an option in 5v5, and it is often not even a very good option in 6v6 either.
Tanks for extra damage. If you force a movement hero to either slow down his movement or make it unnecessary to dodge cooldowns.
No, I don't think that's true, Luna. I think like you guys, we gotta use our thinking brain here, guys. Like let's not be content pilled. You guys got to be better than that. There are some really good points here so far. We can talk a little bit about these in a second, but like let's take each point as it's delivered and address it as best as we possibly can.
Since the cooldowns can just get blocked with the Adaptive Barrier perk. Solutions. First solution, which I would like the most, is to completely remove the perk system and make perks that improve gameplay part of the base kit, like it already has been done for the Juno Headshot perk. Second solution is to remove the progression part of the perk system, make perks pickable immediately that remove snowballing, And it also helps with readability, since how an ability works does not change in the middle of the fight anymore. If none of those two solutions get implemented, then at least fix the following two issues with the current system. First, make perks pre-selectable in spawn room. There's no reason to force players to select a perk in the middle of the match if they are always picking the same perks anyway. Second, make it possible to switch perk.
I understand that argument as well, but I also understand the argument that if you want people to actually select a perk, like, okay, here's my thoughts. If you're going to have people pre-select perks, then you should just have you start with perks. Because I think the whole reason of having perks progression system in the first place is the dopamine of being in the middle of a match, making that selection. And if you can pre-select, people are just going to pre-spam it and nobody's going to even care. Right, pre-selectability is clearly bad for incentivizing active thought. That's correct. And that to me is the only argument for having progressible perks is oh, look at me, I got my perk. Yeah, I know it's distracting. Yeah, I know it's clunky, but that's the why it's the way it is, you know? If you pre-select it, then perks are just it takes a lot of the progression mindset out of it. Now he's made some good arguments against that, but I think like that point, that's like at that point we might as well just get rid of it entirely. You know,
each point switch on control, or fix the bug abuse of leaving and rejoining the game to be able to switch perks anyway. Thanks for watching.
It's a good video. I think his points are good. The biggest thing of perks is variety, customization, and progression. Variety as in you can have slightly different experiences on the same heroes, which means that there is slightly more novelty, and that allows you to try different things versus different matchups and different maps. Again, variety. What were the other? What am I? Progression. What else did I say? I forgot the second term here. I'm stupid. Progression, as in my game state changes as the map evolves, so that I make different choices depending on the different circumstances. And so I get the dopamine of I have put in an honest day's hard work, and I'm able to reap the rewards of that. I've not really talked as much about perks in terms of like the holistic systems as a whole. No, it's to discourage counterswap or deal with counterswap and adaptation. Not a good video at all. If you're talking about discouraging counterswapping, the problem with that is that perks have done a very, very bad job of dealing with counterswapping. And in fact, they have in many ways made counterswapping in some cases worse. So the argument, if you are a perks enjoyer, I don't think you can use the term of, it deals with counterswapping at all. I think that is a moot point. It's neither a plus or a benefit. There are some perks that help with counterswapping. There are many other perks that make counterswapping much, much, much worse because they just make the character much, much, much stronger for just free. I mean, I can literally go down the list and probably pick every single hero and say, yes, this character feels so much worse. So I'm not arguing against perks, but perks do not help with counter swapping at all. They make it even worse. Or it's probably a net neutral. Probably a net neutral. Probably a net neutral. Blizzard said it reduced counter swapping. Am I wrong? It reduces counter swapping psychologically, and so maybe that's a point. I actually don't know the actual math beyond that. I'm talking more from a strategy side of things, but you might be right. I could be wrong. It could be that the psychology of giving up your perks is too scary for people, even though you basically build them instantly when you do swap anyway. But practically it doesn't. If it does, it's a psychological trick. And maybe that's why the progression system has to exist. Because I don't think the snowball effect matters all that much at all. Okay, interesting, Gavin. Yeah. My thing for perks has always been I like trying different things. And I like... To be honest with you guys, it's been a little bit of a short-sighted opinion of mine where I've enjoyed perks because I like the things that they've tried with perks and wish that they could be added to base kits. But then that's where I can rightfully expose myself to well, then aren't you just asking for hero redesigns at that point, you know? But apparently Gavin says that perks have kind of had an effect on counterpicking, but I mean, not crazy. But yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to update stream title. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. React slop. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you, Red Storm. React slop is almost over though. No, not yet. We got a little bit more. We got it. So. Oh, it's just a favorite Bible verse though. I like it a lot. I like it. I've changed it off and on, but it's probably my favorite. But yeah, I don't know. To me, if you like perks because you like the variety of the gameplay loop and you like the things that the perks do, but I really don't think that you can. I do think you have to admit that it does introduce readability issues. It absolutely brings into snowballing issues. It doesn't really deal specifically with counter swapping from what we can tell. So I'm not. I like perks. I think, but I like perks from a casual perspective, not because I'm a stick in the mud. If I was a stick in the mud, I'd like Ralph. I would be like, yeah, there are some major downsides, you know. It also and that's also with the good faith of that if perks were done well. This is ignoring the vast quantity of perks which I think are not done well, the balancing around perks that hasn't been done well, and then the power spike of what perks can bring to the table. You know. Yeah, no, I don't think that that's an incorrect opinion, Silly Babo. I don't think that's an incorrect opinion. Your subjective experience is that like I think perks are probably worth the cost, and that's kind of my experience as well. But I'm also not like going to shut down this argument. It's like this guy just hates fun. It's like, well, I mean, he makes some good points. Like for me, Tracer perks, the Tracer melee perk is a great example of a perk that I really like fundamentally because it does change how you play slightly, but not in a way that makes the character feel oppressive to play. It just adds like an interesting little nuance, you know? And I always find myself with those perks being a good example of why I like those perks, like why I like the perk system. And then Ralph always catches me with my pants down saying, well, then would you just not want it in base kit? And I'm like, maybe, I don't know, you know, maybe, but yeah, I agree, Kata. The intent of perks is like, I think if we're really honest with ourselves here, perks are new shiny toys. That's what perks are. Perks are getting you to try some stuff out, and sometimes it's just fine to just admit that. It's fine to just admit the fact that perks aren't competitively honest. They're not particularly too dishonest, and it's silly fun, and it's probably worth the cost for most people. And also, right, San says perks may be a testing ground for things, you know, which allows them to try and test things that otherwise they wouldn't be able to just try base kit, you know, which is fair because it's easier to test something like Juno headshots when it's only there for a quarter of the match or a third of the match, you know? That's fair. That's a very good argument for perks, actually, is it allows the dev team to try different base kit things without basically going all or nothing. That's a great point. So I don't know. My opinion has always been, like, when I did my whole perk critique video, I wish perks were really weak. Like, really, not really weak. I wish perks were a lot weaker as a whole, but were still kind of, like, silly or fun or interesting. Like, I wish that there were perks were, like, held up to the Tracer melee perk thing or like the silly Life Weaver seed thing, where it's like they're not like going to be like end of the world, but they give you something to think about a little bit, something to try. I'm trying to think of some other examples here. I really don't like power creep perks that just make the thing do the thing better. I like perks that make you try something new because that's actually fun, you know. And then what that allows you to do is it means that you can actually, those are some things that you can implement in the base kit or whatever. But, well, Tracer Melee is strong, but it's not something that everybody can immediately abuse, you know? And then that's also very easy to tune. Like, Tracer Melee for ammo, nobody says that has to be 20 ammo. What if it was 10, 15? You know? So to me, it's like, if we go through like the perk list here, even stuff like Overhealth and Baby Diva. Yeah, it's fine. Sure. Chain Lightning is really fun. I wish it was, you would have to weaken, I probably would want it to be weaker, but it is fun to play with. It does make me think about things a little bit differently. Zarya Alt Fire, right? Amari, it's okay, it's just rain, don't be scared. You know, the Rhine Shield healing perk, stuff like that. Sigma Float. I just like perks that make me want to try different things, slightly different things, even if they're not super, super strong. That to me has always been my preferred perk adjustment, where it's like I would prefer more base kit adjustments, but perks to be the fun, silly things that you can try and so on. The Zen Float one is a fun, although I kind of would like that base kit, but like Zen Float's cool. Adding something new to a hero kit is inherently power creep? Of course, yes. But power creep is always relative, right? It's relative. So there's bad power creep, and then there's slower power creep, and there's big and small. What if they went to more Bless and Curse like perks? They talked about those. That used to be like, I feel like that was a way bigger part of their early perk design, and then they just bailed on it. They just bailed on it. They bailed on it. So. But anyway, it is really dumping rain now, man. We've needed it. But anyway, good video. Interesting video. Certainly thought-provoking video, whether you agree with it or not. Nothing that's necessarily new that I haven't heard with perks, but yeah. My opinion remains mostly the same, but I don't know. Overwatch Stadium. Let's actually get to the React scene here, because I think this will be easier to read here. Thank you again for the gifted subs, everybody. Today has been insane for gifted subs. I think we've had, 90 gifted subs, 85, something ridiculous. Crazy. Okay. How's that? That looks good. Overwatch Stadium released nearly 1 year ago. What is your opinion on the game mode itself and its current state? I feel like most high-ranked players, and we're going to skim through this a little bit and then kind of really focus our discussion and thoughts on the big points here. I feel like most high-ranked players and streamers do not care about this game mode anymore. My opinion, I'm not reading the post, this is my personal Spilo opinion, is that I think Stadium was an attempt at a MOBA-esque Overwatch experience. JK, thank you for the sub, dude. I appreciate it. I think it has succeeded, and I think it has failed. I think for the most part, it has been a failure, but not a failure that I would go back and laugh and taunt and mock and be like, oh, what an idiot. I think that it misunderstood a lot of the base points about what makes MOBAs great. I think it misplaced a lot of the response about what makes progression systems great. But I think it was worth a shot, and I hope that we've learned what not to do in the future. And I also think that Stadium is dead. I made a prediction about 8 months ago, that Stadium would be DOA or in about a year, and I think we're about reaching that time. I think the problems with Stadium, from my opinion, is that it's noisy, impossible to read what's going on. Strategically, the gameplay loop of just basically focusing on shooting the enemy guy leads to a limitation about what design points are acceptable, and crucially means that any unpleasant design points you as a player are directly confronted with. In other words, there's no other way of winning games besides killing the enemy team. Whereas a lot of other MOBAs have other utility and other strategies that can be implemented, unique ways of winning the game because they have the creep systems and PvE and so on, farming. And then beyond that, this comes from a point of ignorance, but from what I understand, I don't think that there is as much build variety, strategy, competitive stuff as much. It feels a little bit like Rivals-esque, where the technical ceiling of what you can do is there, but because the gameplay loop doesn't feel as polished or as serious, that even if in theory the strategy could be there, no high level player is going to really think to apply themselves there. And so I think like it's going to be, it's neither casual nor competitive. It just is. And I don't think that there's going to be a game mode of Stadium that can work in its current implementation. I think you'd literally have to start from scratch, and I don't think that's ever going to happen. 1 year ago, it was the shiny new thing and most people played it. They said in some devlogs months ago that I believe a third of the player base queues one game of Stadium each session. But most streamers don't even read the patch notes for it anymore, but I don't have the player numbers, so my guess is as good as yours. So let's do a recap of what happened last year. I'm not going to recap all this. We know all this here. Rounds in which you get base kit powers, item icons, complaining about this changing the item icons. Okay, personal experiences and opinion on Stadium, which is what we're here for. I'm curious what this guy has to say. I hit Grandmaster last season on all roles, and I've been GMing for about 2 years. I played Stadium since launch and put about 300 plus hours into it last year. That's a lot. I have no problem hitting Legend at about All-Star 1. I lose points for loss. Last season, I grinded enough to hit top 500 in Stadium on all roles. This season, I have only played enough to get the free skins plus Elite and All-Star. It is less possibility than 6v6, yes. Just so everyone's on the same page, I'm going to use definition 1. Definition 1, the value a player gets, amount of skill. This is confusing. Skill floor, the value the worst player gets on X hero. Oh, this is very confusing. Value the best player gets on X hero. Oh, this is just the worst graph I've ever seen in my life. And trust me, I'm the guy that's always talking about skill floor and skill ceiling. I think what they're trying to say here is that the skill floor for Stadium is such that a really bad player can just vomit value out without even a base understanding of what they're doing. Whereas their identification of skill floor is that you do kind of have to know what you're doing. You just don't have to be very good at it. Yeah, this is atrocious. But I think that's what we're trying to say here. Is that Blizzard's definition of the Stadium of skill floor is somebody that literally doesn't even know what they're doing. Whereas the proper definition is somebody that does know what they're doing. They're just not great at it. They just have like the base level of skill. Thus the skill floor. But I'm also, yeah, let's see what their definition is. Okay. Stadium was promised to radically transform the heroes, but I think for most heroes, this is just not the case. For most heroes, they're just upping the skill floor with every power and item. In other words, it is more complicated to understand what you're supposed to be doing with the character. Which is funny because a lot of people are like, actually, no, Stadium has a lower skill floor. But from a reading and knowing, but the point, that's the tricky definition of skill floor, right? It's like, you actually don't even need to be using those things. You just play the hero, you know? Focus on ability size and auto aim. Many powers and builds are just make the ability larger. Hazard wall, block, big flail, and easier hitter, just taking the aiming out of completely like with Soldier's aimbot. So if every ability is easy to hit, the only thing differentiating a good player from a bad player is timing. So a lot of the abilities just make the characters easier to play. There's just more to read. It's easier to do, but more to read. It's the Marvel Rivals effect. More things does not make a character, a gameplay loop necessarily harder to play. Missing skill expression gadgets get out of jail free cards. They are just not taking the skill out of most skill shots, but also adding items and gadgets that are basically one button press get out of jail free cards. Colossus Core and Kitsune's Charm in particular, one button press can just negate everything that you do. Okay. Active punishment of crowd control. So everybody has way more uptime thanks to larger abilities, shorter cooldowns, hitting shots way easier, larger health pools I would add as well on my end. So CC becomes way more important, but since they've added reflex coding and cushion padding, every CC ability is just a joke. Doom is the biggest victim of this. You punch someone, they're barely stunned and gain HP over health from it, and then now you are in a bad position. The only actually good CC that is not affected by this is Grav. Now, in theory, this is not a problem. Because in theory, Doomfist should get more CC, right? So for the items that counter CC, as long as they scale appropriate to the increase in CC, that's not a problem. The question is the counter to the CC easier than the CC itself, or does the scaling of the counter CC outpace the scaling of the CC? Does that make sense? In which case, the answer is yes. That's why a lot of people have a lot of problem with defensive cooldowns, certain defensive cooldowns especially, is that they're not difficult to do. It's way harder to actually land the CC than it is to counter it. So it's a disproportionate amount of effort. Not sure. That's my assumption. Let's keep going here. 0 counterplay builds and abilities. Mercy, Res, and Colossus Core. Press E and Gadget Key, and if you're not standing next to 5 people, you're guaranteed to Res. You cannot be CC'd in any way out of Res. The only way to stop you is to damage, and you need multiple people. So again, we get to the point where like a certain character can press an ability, and it is literally impossible to stop, no matter any sort of coordination, cohesion. It has made the Res easier. It has made counterplaying the Res harder, which means that it has removed a skillful interaction instead of making that skillful interaction more complicated. Let me give you guys an example. When I'm playing versus a Doomfist as an Ana, Power Block is my window to sleep him. However, he can outplay that. However, if he has Power Matrix, the window to outplay that is dramatically reduced. And so it is far more harder for the Ana to outplay Power Matrix with the duration that it currently has than it is for the Doomfist to outplay the Ana. You get what I'm saying? So it simplifies the matchup for Doomfist and complicates it for Ana instead of keeping it 50-50. You want something as close to a full skill matchup as you possibly can. 2 Suzus and cooldown reduction. Ever since the release of Kiriko, it was obvious how strong Suzu is. Everybody knows how frustrating it is to get your target Suzu shortly before you consider the kill. Giving her 2 Suzus not only means you can hold on to it for longer, because the second one is loading, it also means you don't have to bait out 2 Suzus before anything dies, and she'll have 2 Suzus after every team fight. Adding a 30% minus 30% cooldown on that playing her also means if you engage Suzu every time just feels terrible, right? And again, it's like a lot of MOBA battles from the little bit of experience that I have rarely just have invulnerability cleanses. A lot of it actually kind of plays around like, okay, how do you play around their CC? How do you play around their burst damage? And a lot of those defensive cooldowns are not just instant press a button cleanse. It's like Overwatch just isn't really built for this. You would need more buttons than you currently have. You need more mini games besides just active combat. Whatever this replay code is, I won't look at this, but apparently there's a broken stadium build. Lack of creative abilities and reimagining playstyles. After the whole Far and Frey ult and Ash Dynamite build fiasco, they become way more careful releasing new heroes. Just look at Vendetta at launch. Most of her abilities are just cooldown reductions. Attack speed increases. Use cooldown more often. Gain overhealth when you do. Nothing new. Nothing that fundamentally changes the way you play here. But there are generally good concepts that change how a hero can be played. Reimagining a hero playstyle. The new April Fool's mode proves that they are capable to come up with new ideas that change the way you play the hero completely. For example, Spider, Junker Queen, and Javelin Orisa, changing one of their abilities from CC to movement. Vanadium. Vanadium is one of the items you buy. If you don't need your ultimate anymore, the ult isn't scaling with a build, give up one ability for an overall better build. Most gadgets are nice because they give you a movement ability that lets you play the heroes more aggressive and lets you position more aggressively, but you can still get punished with CC by not using it right. By taking a skill out of abilities, there's not that much differentiates a good player from a bad player. There are not a lot of meaningful ways for skill expression in this mode because there are no long cooldowns or hard to hit shots. It's basically just become Marvel Rivals. Not to hate in this game, but a lot of players who came back from it said it is just a game where you spam and press buttons and not much decision making. Okay. Rank system in general, ranks are cosmetic until you reach your predicted rank. You'll be put in matches based on your MMR and not based on your rank. Yeah, we've known that from the beginning. There's a rank inflation and MMR SR gap from the beginning. From what I have seen, if you're a diamond player, you should be able to hit high all-stars easily. I think everybody that has gold should be able to make it to mid or high pro. Ranks are reset every season, so you have to get back to your rank every season. The higher rank you are, the longer it takes to get back up. Doing this every season just gets boring. Grouping restrictions. Top 500 at Stadium, and this guy's a Silver Roadhog player. We'll kind of skim through this. None of this is necessarily new. Since there's a lack of Masters Plus players in the Stadium, the game solves this by giving you one worse player in your team to make it a balanced match, because it can't 10 players of an equal skilled. And you can really notice this. There's always that one guy that doesn't even know how the base game works. Every game feels like an uphill battle, even though things are balanced. The game expects you to carry, but your impact is limited later rounds because of the skill floor topic as described earlier. Again, I wish he would have described it more. I think, again, the concept is that, like, even an idiot can just press a button and make it happen, but I'm not sure if that argument carries, because then the idiot in your team can also press a button and make it happen. At some point, everything you do is just negated. The average player also knows poorly balanced matches, queue times. Stacking is completely broken. Player feedback and lack of mid-season patch notes. Wasting resources by adding things that nobody asked for would be not necessary with working matchmaking. The spawn turrets or the icon change. Not having a mid-season balance patch for this mode is crazy. Last season, Frey and Ash were insanely broken, and they didn't change anything during the mid-season. Having Zer's balance changes, most lazy. But why won't Blizzard do anything? Was saying they just put themselves in a really tricky situation because Stadium does not make money. I don't know about that, but players buying skins make money. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, I misunderstand. And most players don't play Overwatch for Stadium. They play Overwatch because they want to play Overwatch. And they play Stadium because it's a nice change from the normal game mode. I don't have the player numbers, but I doubt there are a lot of new players that come to this game. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. To me, it's like I had a hard time, like, not empathizing, but I have a hard time, like, I don't think any of this is a surprise, right? Like, was anybody in chat, like, legitimately surprised at this? I mean, I was offered to do a sponsored Stadium gameplay grind, like a video. I think a couple other people did some of those, maybe SK or somebody else. And I turned it down because I was just like, dude, this game mode, this is not going to be for me. Not because I'm not invested in MOBAs. It was a completely different, like, mindset from, like, I was like, this is just casual. Like, it was just casual. You could just tell. You could just tell it was casual. The way that I looked at it was like, if you're going to be a MOBA hardcore pilled guy, this is not going to do it. If you're going to enjoy, like, the fluidity, the smooth, then this is not going to be it for Overwatch either. So, and it was pretty much obvious from the get-go. Like, going into even earlier iterations of Stadium from when I was playing at Spotlight, I was like, you know, it was fun, but it was like, let me give you guys an example. Okay? I was playing on Stadium and Spotlight. This might have been off of stream, on stream, I don't remember, versus a team of players that were better than me. And I picked, I don't remember, was it some soldier damage build or something goofy, gimmicky? And I mopped the floor with him. And my thought process was, wow, I'm beating these high GM players. That's bad. But then I was like, oh, no, wait, I'm just smarter than they are. I picked the correct items and they didn't. And then I thought, is that what this game mode is going to turn into? Where a lot of the choices are kind of made for you, and that a lot of the decision making around builds seems streamlined or kind of made for you. No, not the healing pad one. That one was more of a gimmicky build. I don't think that build's actually good. It was just really fun. That was a lot later. Where it's like, rather than looking at each context and making these really, really complicated decisions, like even back then, you had to lock into a hero power before you even knew what was going on. And then some of those powers were locked in. And a lot of it was just like, once people just kind of find out the don't do this or do this, a lot of the build variety that on an external level feels there just isn't actually there anymore. It's not that there isn't any build variety at all. It says it's extremely gimped, extremely limited with what's potentially there. It's the same stuff we talked about with the perks, right? I don't play a lot of Deadlock, but from my understanding of Deadlock is that not only is there more build variety, like legitimate more build variety, but also even with bad builds, because the game mode has more than shoot the other guy in the face, you can make those builds work by doing other things that the game allows you to do. That's just the heart of MOBAs, right? Is that it's not just a shooter game. And when you make your MOBA a shooter game, then the only builds that matter is what wins you the shooter game. There's even other entities that you can interact with, right? So, there's builds for farm, not even good for PvP fights, right? I know in Deadlock that there's also builds for PvE as well beyond farm. Like, wasn't that like that vampire lady, whatever that character, I don't know what she's called, wasn't she like really good at some point? She still is really pretty good at annihilating bosses. Mina, right? So it's like, there's a gradient there. But to me, I've never felt like Stadium ever had that level of like macro nuance whatsoever. And to me, my least favorite thing in a game is massive complications in a simple gameplay loop. Like, it's my least favorite thing. I hate it in video games. I hate it in board games. I hate it in sports. I hate it when I ask a question and I get this long, complicated answer that just boils down to just don't do that. I hate that stuff because it just gives all the visual clutter without any of the benefit of like actually being something that you can really apply yourself to. A good example of this on a much smaller scale is, have you guys ever heard of Ghost of Tsushima? I talked about that a little bit. I've been playing a little bit of that. I think the game's okay. I've been enjoying it all right. But like a lot of the combat complexity is so top heavy. That game has so many RPG upgrades. I actually cannot even tell you. Like, there must be 70, 60 different points that you can put into random things. And there are legitimately less than half of those things are actually interesting to play with. Yeah, I'm playing on the highest difficulty. Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested in the stances, and I'm interested in the sword play. The stealth mechanics, there's so many points you can put into the items in the stealth mechanics, and they're either obscenely OP and broken, or just completely pointless. So if you look at it from a beginner standpoint, you're like, oh my gosh, this is overwhelming. And then you play it, and you're like, oh, none of this matters. Like, literally none of this matters. I don't even know why they have 4 stances. They don't need 4 stances. Maybe they need 2 tops, or maybe at most 3. But so the thing is that irritates me is like I never really find myself utilizing the tools the game has because I have no need to use them, and they're not even good tools. Ghost of Tsushima would probably be a better game if they cut out half the crap. And that's kind of what Stadium has. It's like all this bloat that doesn't do anything to the gameplay loop, or it's not well done, not well executed. I mean, yeah, exactly. Literally 50 different things. I mean, Ghost of Tsushima has, I'm not even finished with the game yet, has 2 bows that each have 2 different types of arrows, has 2 different things that you can throw, and then like 3 different types of projectiles in addition, by the way. So we got 4 arrows, different types of arrows, with 2 different bows, 2 different types of projectiles, or 3 different types of projectiles, and like 2 or 3 different bombs, and then stealth mechanics, and then sword mechanics, and then 4 different sword stances, and 4 different legendary things. And then you have an upgrade tree for each single thing that you have. And I'm down with that if the game actually gives you enough space with which actually to make those things work. But if you play the game either those things don't work that well or are not worth your time, or they're not very well executed. Never disagree with the swallow so much more. I'm curious what your thoughts are, Sandman. I know we're kind of getting off topic here, but like, I'll give you an example. Stealth mechanics are really boring, and it's not really that important part of the game. And it's odd because I feel like the game is trying to emphasize stealth mechanics as part of the story, because that's kind of like you're this samurai that's compromising your honor to do the right thing, if that makes sense. But it really doesn't feel like the stealth mechanics are that good or that necessary half the time. And it's certainly not near as fun. It's just boring. It's just honestly really boring. Like even if it was something I was supposed to do, I would avoid it because it's just not that much fun to do. A lot of the consumables are like redundant, and then a lot of them, if you don't end up using them, then they're just kind of bloat. And also having a bow and arrow that can shoot 4 different arrows, like it's too much. Like let me be honest with you guys. I'm not saying I want them to be taken away necessarily. We're getting a little off topic here. It's fine, but it's not necessary. And for a game like Stadium, that kind of stuff can actually be an active downside, I feel like. Right. So, kind of unrelated. I have been enjoying the game for the most part, but it reminds me of this, where it's like there are so many choices and options, but they're not particularly well integrated into the gameplay loop of the system. And so most of the time, you're just going to kind of stick with one thing and just roll with one thing. And more often than not, everyone's going to often choose the same thing because one of these is done very well and one of these isn't. I feel like the Ghost of Tsushima's sword play was relatively done okay. And I think that if you're playing Ghost of Tsushima as a range class or as a stealth class, I think you're just playing an inferior version of the game. Splicing stances together mid-combo is where it gets super fun. I agree with you in that. That's my point. That's, I think, the best part of Ghost of Tsushima. And I think if you're not using the stance system, and primarily the sword stance system, like you're getting your hands dirty and fighting, I think that you're missing the best part of that game. That's the thing about it. It's like I think like that's by far where the most work was put in was in the stance system. And so like the other stuff just distracts you from the actual good part of the game. You know? I don't know if that's 1-to-1 for Stadium really anymore, but that's my thought. But yeah, I agree with you. Wait for the end? All right. But it's more of a minor critique in Ghost of Tsushima. It's like you just don't have to take part in those things at all. But for Stadium, that is like that's the thing. That's like that's the whole thing. That's that build complexity. That's the entire point of the game. And unfortunately, all that text and some of these items you'll use once for a meme build. It doesn't work at all how you wanted it to, and then you'll never try it again. Yeah, I feel you, Space Creation. So. That's actually one of my main complaints with, maybe my only real main complaint with Sekiro is a lot of the, not my only, but one of my few complaints with Sekiro was the way that some of the prosthetics were incorporated. Felt a little bit ham-fisted.
Would you like a snack?
Sure.
What kind of snack can you eat right now?
Whatever's fine.
Chips and salsa is too hot.
Probably too much, yeah, sorry.
Shake?
Yeah, sure, thank you. But anyway. Yeah, and it's funny, Projector, because I'm the other way around. Other way around. I looked at this game mode as like so flippantly that I only had time for meme builds. And so once I tried the one funny build that each class could do, or two, then that was it for me. I had no desire to try to apply myself. So, yeah. But yeah. Anyway, good post. Obviously, I'm sure there's a lot more nuance to that than this. Wizard Hyung. Which one do you guys want to watch? Do less, win more? Chill pill. That's definitely one that speaks to me. That's a big one for me.
Almost a year since my last YouTube video. For pretty much all of 2025, I've been buried finishing a book about one big question. How do you actually get better at any? This year alone, my students went from silver, and here's what it is and how you can use it to climb. But first, let me be really honest here. When I first started playing again, I was in full blame mode. I was in diamond lobbies watching my teammates play super passive even when we have advantage, waste ultimate for no reason when we're already up 3. And I was getting really tilted. In my head, it sounded like, why are they so scared and passive? Why are they wasting ulti?
If I changed my philosophy about the Kevster principle, I don't even remember exactly what was said at the time. But if you mean take 1v2s patiently, then no. I think it's unbelievably important.
If my team played just properly, these games will be so free. And most importantly, how the f am I the same rank as these guys? Because in my head, I was the guy who was top 500 multiple seasons and even peaked around top 30 back in the day. I was sitting in that familiar swamp of blaming my team. Looking back, obviously a big part of it was just my ego. Maybe I didn't want to admit to myself that I've gotten this bad. So, in frustration, I called some pro players I know and asked them to watch me live. And all 3 of them said the same thing. Wiz, your resource management is awful. Your HP, your cooldown, your distancing, your cover, you're just dumping everything for no reason. And the funny part is, these are the exact basics I've been teaching my students for years. And yet, when I looked at my own gameplay, I realized I wasn't doing any of it. So from that moment on, I made a decision. Okay, for this experiment, I'm going to only focus on one concept only. Managing and stacking resources before the fight so I can finally use it when the opportunity arrives. The one idea I call taking the chill pill. So what exactly is chill pill? Look at this clip from 2 weeks ago before I took the chill pill. As you can see, as soon as the game starts, I'm using my bubble, using all my resources, and yet I'm not keeping more distance, I'm not getting into the safety, and I use another bubble on the soldier who actually didn't even need the bubble. And I take a 1v1 against a Baptiste, and Baptiste had a better resources with the immortality field, so I was absolutely bankrupt on my resources and I lose the fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is clearly like something like one of my biggest weaknesses is I'll take an advantage and I'll run it down, force the advantage. This is a huge problem with me.
I had this ego in my head thinking, I used to be top 50, I can beam them down with high energy and I can just carry them. But the reality, I was just feeding and I was just donating my resources. I essentially became a yellow philanthropist. So basically, most gamers are busy shooting themselves in the foot, just like myself in this footage. It's not the enemy, it's not your teammate, it's us. And here are 3 major problems if you keep playing like this. Problem number 1, you die because you are bankrupt on resources. It's obvious. If you play like this, you die. I'm wasting my resources when I just need to chill out. If you're the guy who's just always dying first or always getting caught out, you aren't getting outplayed by your opponent.
Thank you, John.
You are
long time no chat, mate. How you been?
You need a chill pill to just survive and start actually playing the game. Problem number 2, you can't afford the kill. Remember, every kill carries a price tag. If that Baptiste didn't have immortality field, or if he was maybe lower than 50 HP, he wouldn't have been able to kill me there because he wouldn't have enough resources to kill me. So if you save enough money, in this case your resources, you can use it to buy kills or you can use it to help the mid-fight, which I call the spike. So if you actually want to kill someone, you need to have enough resources to punish them. The thing is, enemy team is making so many mistakes. In my experience playing in Diamond to Grandmaster, everyone is making so many mistakes. I was missing out so many free kills that was literally handed to me. The kills were literally delivered straight to my door, wrapped in like the gift packs. So even if you play safe and don't die, you still have a problem. If you waste your cooldown early, for example, if you're playing Ana versus Roadhog, and finally when the Roadhog makes a mistake, if you don't have your nade or sleep darts ready, he might just get away with it. Problem number 3, mental capacity. This is the essence of this concept. When you are spamming buttons, your brain is at 100% usage at all time. Just trying to aim and just trying to play the game. But when you take the chill pill, you get more mental capacity. Kind of like having a more brain bandwidth. You stop taking random fights, shooting whoever's in front of you, and suddenly you can see the game. Oh, my Ana is very far back. Actually, this fight, we have a severe ultimate disadvantage. Well, I don't have any bubble, I should probably back away. Chill pill isn't just about saving skills. It is buying yourself the time to gather information and process the information so you can make the right decision instead of just making a random plays again and again. So the downtime or the chill time is not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it's a crucial part of playing the game. Some of my newer students who's coming to me say they heard from other coaches that uptime is important. They tell you to always do damage, always be shooting, always be active. So you go into your ranked game and try to force those high uptime plays. And that's exactly what I was doing here.
True.
I felt like I had to do something. I had to be the guy pumping out big damage and carrying my entire team. So I traded my precious cooldown for trash damage and stood in horrible positions just to feel active. But the truth is, real high uptime is one of the last puzzle pieces, not the first one. When you first learn martial arts, you don't start with 560 spin kicks. You start with boring and mundane stuff. Stance, foot, like wax on, wax off basics. Uptime exists on top of high-level fundamentals. You need to be able to stay active without...
Uptime is a consequence of good decisions. It's like having good stats. It's not something that you've put emphasis on. If you don't know how to interpret it, then it's pointless to aim for high uptime. It's a consequence of good play. It's not it's the cart behind the horse, you know?
Feeding. Exactly knowing where the enemy team is and what cooldowns they have and knowing where your supports are, managing your distance.
Nor is it the end goal either. Like high uptime, a high uptime is like, if you've put emphasis on high uptime, you will start thinking about the outcome of the high uptime rather than what leads to that happening, you know?
Using cover, spam angles, and dodging mechanics, timing your trade precisely using the tank's aggro.
I knew you would, Rian.
And yes, even tracking ultimates. Without these, uptime is just a fancy word for dying faster. Let me give you a real story about this. I had a Tracer student who was hard stuck in GM5 for years. He also thought he needed to fix his uptime when he was bleeding his resources every fight trying to be active. But once we fixed this issue with the chill pill concept, teaching him how to stack his resources, respecting the distance more, and actually start gathering information, he went all the way to rank 10, top 10 on NA server as DPS. And he told me later, I realized uptime isn't the starting point. Uptime is the reward for good basics. It's the last card you play, not the first one. So this is a common uptime myth that my students have. Don't get me wrong, uptime is really important, especially in the pro level, but uptime and pushing your limits are concepts that I teach to students around Grandmaster and above. But if you're below that level and you try to force the plays with bad awareness and your shaky mechanic, it's a recipe for disaster. So unless you're pro level or around champion tier, I would highly advise you to just gather more information and make the right decision rather than seeing no information and making random decision. Now,
playing for stats has significantly improved my Tracer. Why? What does it change to how you do?
Now, let's take a look at how pro players are using Chill Pill. This is Proper's Tracer, and as you can see, going into the fight, he almost always has 3 blinks and recall available. He's stacking resources before the fight. And look at this moment against Ramatra. On average Masters, or even most Grandmasters players, would blink immediately to the cover. But Proper just goes back to the cover, knowing he has a Lucio heal behind him. He uses natural cover and stacks his blinks. And now, as soon as he sees the tiny moment that Ramatra is not looking at him, he just walks to the next cover, when again, most GM players would just use their blink to just get there. Now, he took the space and he's already in a perfect position. And he has 3 blinks stacked up. This man is a con artist. Here, instead of going all the way into Kiriko, he just goes for a quick jab. Then he waits for the perfect moment, gathering information.
Wait, he's rotating. He's rotating. The concept here is that he's prioritizing his rotation over damage and kill threat. You don't go in there and triple blink recall and then you're back in a bad angle. You stay and maintain space. Always trying to live, not being scared to shoot tank, rotating a lot, seeing value in stickies. Okay, cool.
Waiting for his team to actually walk in. And finally, when his tank is engaging towards the point, he sees that enemy Lucio's movement is very predictable in the Ramatra tornado. So he goes for a disgusting clean kill. It's crazy how he's maintaining almost full resources, 3 blinks and full HP and a recall in the middle of the fight. I guarantee most GM players would just go all in on Kiriko much earlier, blowing all their resources, quickly getting cleared out while doing 2v1 against Lucio Kiriko. Okay, back to my example, the Reform Wizard Young. As you can see, I'm maintaining high HP and generally above 60% of Matrix. And I'm also looking back at my team to update the information. I'm not literally AFK doing nothing. I'm constantly making few enemies look at me using Matrix and cover. Even when I engage, I don't go all the way in. because I don't see a big green light yet, going in and out very quick. And as you can see, the enemy Juno is critical, and I finally have my resources to punish her. And of course, I was still making ton of mistakes because I'm still going through the gaming rehab phase. But I was able to capitalize much more on the enemy mistakes, and more importantly, I had more clarity on why I'm going in or why I'm taking the fight instead of just autopiloting. So in summary,
this is a very common DPS problem too, because they'll see opportunities and they forget that people have defensive cooldowns, and then they will use everything, and if they don't get the kill, they die. The Overwatch is a resource trade game at its best point. It's like you will use a cooldown to force a cooldown, and then we can rinse and repeat. The goal of Overwatch is to have a superior position, a superior mechanics, so that you're able to just force the cooldowns off of your existence without hard forcing things. Right.
manage and stack your resources, wait for your opportunity. There's many resource donators in ranked game, just like myself 2 weeks ago. And finally, use the downtime to think and gather information. If you thought, wow, Wizard Hyung looks really bad in these clips, well, yes, that is very true, so you can probably do it. Thank you, and see you next time.
Cool. Watch maybe one more. Payload mistakes. You guys want to look at payload mistakes? We'll do a quick play game after this.
Some players are hard stuck on payload maps.
I've already seen his aim guide. His aim guide is just an encapsulation of the same stuff I've done in a bunch of already videos already. But if you haven't seen it, it's good. This one right here. Yeah.
Without even realizing why. Just like my students. I was recently coaching a duo student around high diamond to mid masters, and one interesting thing about them was that they track all their match records, map types, win rates, and so on. Overall, they were having winning trend, but they messaged me saying that they were really struggling on payload maps. They had a 0% win rate on certain payload maps like Dorado and Gibraltar. And while I was coaching them, I realized this is actually a pretty common mistake I see in masters and below, and even in some GM level games. So today, we're gonna go over some of the most common mistakes people make on payload maps. Shout out to Nikki and Lewis for inspiring me to make this video. Now let's take a look at this example from Dorado, and this is a high diamond to mid master tier. And as you can see, from the beginning, their backline, their Soldier, their Mizuki, and Ana are pushing cards. And whenever they're pushing card, they're getting chunked up pretty heavily, and their Soldier actually gets naded and dies instantly. And now, again, their Mizuki is pushing card and gets punished again. If you watch it from the very beginning, the Mizuki was actually getting chunked out, and then the Soldier was getting chunked out like pretty fast. So it seems like whenever their backline, Mizuki, Ana, Soldier, are trying to push their card, they're getting punished pretty hard. So the first payload mistake I see is that people don't really realize that how dangerous it is to push card. Generally speaking, as a backline or even as a frontline, you just can't push card. You need to earn your card push. Imagine you're playing King's Row first point and you just walked up to the point without any evidence, then you'll be feeding. I mean, obviously it's not as bad as that because you have card cover and card also gives you heal, but a lot of people heavily underestimate how dangerous it is to push the card. As we've seen from these examples, since our backline pushing card is very dangerous, frontline, like our tank or flex DPS who can take more risk, should be pushing card, especially when our backline cannot. So the first mistake is backline forcing card, and the second mistake is the frontline neglecting the cards. And let's start with the first.
I'll let him finish, but I disagree about frontline dealing with card a lot of times. It's very, very situational. I hope he provides crucial context because that could get abused.
When and how the backline should be pushing
Same
cards.
thing with
And if you're a
Tracer
backline
card.
player watching this, you might be already thinking, hey, Wizard, but none of my frontline is pushing card. They're neglecting cards, and none of my teammate is pushing cards, so I have to be the one to push cards. Well, I get it, but again, there are timing windows that you can push card, and you need to recognize a timing window, and you need to earn your card push. So now let's take a look at this example of Jonak. So as soon as the game starts, he takes the lift with the team. He wouldn't have done this alone. He is utilizing his Winston bubble, and his entire team like Emery and other players like Mei are there with him. So it was okay. It was safe for him to do so. It wasn't too risky. So because he was doing that, he was able to get a nade on the enemy Emery and gets the kill. So now, because the enemy backline, Hitscan DPS is already dead, and enemy Monkey used the bubble on the high ground top left, so he's perfectly safe to push the card. And this is what I mean by him earning the card. If none of this happened, if the enemy Emery didn't die, or if the enemy Hitscan is still out there, not hiding behind cover, or enemy Monkey is still there, he wouldn't be able to push the card. But now, because all the threats are gone, he earned the card push. This is exactly what I mean by earning the card push. And now, as soon as his Emery dies, he stops pushing the card immediately, and he backs to the cover behind. So basically he thinks like, oh, I can no longer afford to push the cart. So the next fight, his idea is the same. He doesn't start pushing cart immediately. He's just waiting for the enemy team to make mistake. He's trying to earn the cart push. So when his Winston is jumping, he's trying to LOS the enemy backline off of the Winston's distraction. So he's trying to like damage them. He's also trying to land some grenade. So basically he's constantly trying to do some damage on the enemy backline whenever he can, especially when his Winston is jumping on the enemy backline. So pretty much the idea here is that I want to help my divers like my Winston and Genji stuff their backline and make their backline hide longer. And I also want to clear the enemy diver, enemy tank from contesting the cart. And once I earn the cart push, once their hit scan is hiding behind cover because they are low HP, they need to get healed or they die, that's the moment when I'm finally able to push the cart. Because every second enemy backline has to hide, or every time you clear enemy diver is the extra payload time for you. And this is a similar example from Ultraviolet. So he peeks the enemy Genji and try to force their cooldown, and also he peeks enemy Freya and gets the kill, so he's earning the cart push. So if you're playing Ana or if you're playing backline and only healing your tank or only healing your teammate, not really trying to pressure their diver or enemy backline, and that maybe is why the cart is not moving. And now I'm gonna speedrun some other pro backline examples, and this is Langsa playing Brig, and his D.Va and Vendetta are engaging on their backline. Enemy Winston also used the jump, so he's very safe to push the cart, and he also has rally. And here Vigilante as Kiriko is able to push the cart because his entire team is rushing down the enemy backline, so he's not only very safe to push the cart, but also other characters on his team needs to get close, whereas he can...
Yeah, I mean, this is just win, fight, get an advantage, control space, then push the objective or capture the point. Yeah. Unless the fight's really far from cart.
Still heal them from medium range.
Yeah.
And same thing here, because our team is engaging on the enemy team, stuffing them, we're pretty safe to push the cart. And here, Shu is pushing cart because they just want to fight, and his team is already taking control of the space. So he's very safe to push the cart. Real quick, I'm doing the second round of early access to my book, limited to 300 people. And last time is sold out in less than 10 hours. So Zest, I think, illustrates when a frontline should be pushing cart again. So after winning a fight, Zest is just trying to push them a little bit away and trying to like hold the space as long as he can. So he's not pushing cart again because his backline is very safe to push the cart. So now the cart is entering enemy backline's LOS. So he's pushing the cart for the backline, so they don't have to take the risk. So now Zest and his Zarya are pushing cart, and enemy Ramatra essentially has to make a choice to either let the cart go or he has to drop down to contest the cart. And now these are examples from Top Dragon's Unranked to GM video on my YouTube channel. But even when he's doing Unranked to GM, when he was literally having 43 win streak, he was just mostly pushing cart. He's not trying to do 2v1 on the back.
Yeah, I really think it's important to clarify that why this is working though, because there's nobody else on cart. Like his backline is actually rotating or further back. Of course you deal with cart. You play an angle.
He's not
cart can be an angle. Objective can be an angle.
Or 4v1 on the backline.
But if they are on cart, you need to leave cart.
To the cart and basically,
like right now, this is a mistake from Top Dragon. There's 3 people in cart right now. He needs to be pressing top. This is his autopilot right now of just kind of clearing cart, making assumptions. But if you looked a second ago, there were four people on cart. This is a mistake. This is a mistake.
If there's any target available nearby, like, 1 blink away, 2 blinks away, then he would go for like a quick cycle, a quick jab on the enemy team. But if the enemy team is pretty far, he's just
we should be staging top. We should be staging top at that point in time. The reason why it's good for tracers to control cart is because backlines generally don't want to be sitting on the floor. They're going to be controlling high grounds and so on, which so do DPS do. But when you have a character that has a long-range sniper rifle and is very fragile, cart can be a vulnerable place to be, right? No, it was not fine. It was fine towards the end, but it was not optimal for use in a guide. And I think it's an important disclaimer it's missing here. So cart is objectively the best place to play if you can get your backliners to not push cart. But if your backliners on cart, you cannot be stuck with them. You need to be denying the space from either underneath or above or pressing forward. Yeah. But most of the time, high-level Overwatch is played is that the tank, the hit scan, backline, whatever you want to call it, is staging high ground, staging their angle, staging their flanks, and they leave the more mobile, sustainable DPS on point.
Cart, that really was his default.
But I think it's important, given your audience, like, it's important to kind of highlight here that, like, tracer pushing cart is fine if your backline is actually, like, if you go back to the example with Zest, right? Zest does the check.
He's not pushing cart again because he's pushing is very.
So you notice that he checks
so the cart is
right here, and he sees them bailing off of cart. So once they bail, he then fills the gap, right?
Are huge on the enemy team. This is that we generally want to play around the cart and just go ping pong around the cart, just go for like a quick damage cycle, quick jab, and then come back to cart. And obviously when you see a big green light, you want to follow up on that, like Top Dragon getting his kill here. But just by pushing cart, you're gonna get cart progression, and you're gonna be distracting enemy team, you're gonna be making enemy team look at you, and you might even force enemy team to match you. You might even force them to drop down. Even the ones that don't have mobility.
Notice the difference between a low level and a high level lobby. We've had one cart this entire time. Winston diving top backline, but no more than anyone than Tracer's been
Cassidy
here.
dropping here, and
You
then
see it?
now you have more options. If the Cassidy is killable,
You see it? You see the difference, right? This is a high level lobby. That was a low level lobby.
we can punish them. But if it's enemy Zarya dropping down the cart to match you, we can look to ignore the Zarya and try to clear high ground more efficiently, because it's going to take longer time for the enemy Zarya to rotate. This is a Tracer gameplay from Master Tier, and as you can see, enemy team has a very pokey composition. So pushing cart is even more dangerous than usual. So we really need our Tracer to be touching.
Well, right, because it's really hard to contest the high ground, first off.
This is a Tracer gameplay.
But also, if you notice,
from Master Tier, and as you can see,
nobody's pushing cart. Nobody's on cart. We've got one guy way over here, one guy here, two guy here, three guy here. We're all actually, ironically, all clumped up with their team right now. This Tracer is mispositioned. Cart is an angle right now.
Very pokey composition. So pushing cart is even more dangerous than usual. So we really need our Tracer to be touching the cart, but rather our Tracer is just going to the enemy backline, trying to get the kill, contesting the high ground. So no one is really pushing the cart. And sure, you may get the kill, especially when you have a pulse bomb. But as you're getting to the backline,
you see it? Do you see it? Look at where's the off angle here? We're not on the off angle right
here
now.
And there, it's going to distract them a lot.
Look at that back line.
And also, just by touching the cart a little bit, it stops the cart from moving backward for a while. And pushing cart will generally give you a more guaranteed value. And this is a game from high diamond to mid masters.
Yeah,
and
the back elevator
starts,
maybe.
Genji and Winston are not even touching cart. They're not even looking at the cart and going straight into the enemy backline. So they do get the kill on the enemy Widow, but after getting the kill, they're not coming back to the cart. And not only that, they're diving deep into the enemy territory where our backline can't even LOS.
Right. So the mistake here is that we would prefer, if this is communicated, for Genji to go back to cart so that Wing can take high ground, because Genji can stage off of cart easier. But the big mistake here is that we're overextending. Like, our backline can't see anybody.
So, our Monkey goes in very deep, and our Genji also goes in very deep and gets punished. So,
but if you take cart here, and then Wing also sits on cart, and just like a jackass, as they will on Diamond and Plat and Masters, and just sits there and looks at you with this, the cow eyes, just like the deadpan chewing their cud, then you don't stay cart. You go take high ground with your Ana, with your Winston, and fight for space up there, and let your Wing, just be a jackass on cart.
Unless you have a very strong green light that you're confident that you're going to be able to live, or you can actually get the kill immediately, you want to be generally ping-ponging within your backline's LOS. You don't want to.
My rule is that always assume that your backline is going to push is not going to push cart until they do, and then immediately leave. Just be decisive. I had this conversation with a Plat support player not too long ago. It's like, be decisive. Be very decisive. If they're just going to clump on cart with you, leave them. Leave them. Just leave. Okay, you get it. I'm gone.
The enemy territory.
The most important thing is to be decisive.
Neutral territory where your backline still has LOS. And because our front line isn't really pushing carts, our Wuyang had to push the cart the entire time. And in fact, this Wuyang also should have been rotating to the high ground once this cart passed this line. And
yeah, if you come back to cart and your support refuses to leave, then just screw off.
The third mistake I want to mention today. A lot of backline don't really rotate to high ground, and they get stuck in this very unfavorable choke. So this is a GM to champion level game from Violet Stream. Ideally, our Tracer, the Flex DPS, is pushing cart like that. And even if the enemy Tracer is contesting, we're able to provide heal. And because the Tracer is pushing cart for us, our backline is more able to rotate to...
It's chicken and the egg, like what encourages them to walk forward.
So we have a better position for the next fight. Not uncomfortably sitting on cart or us getting stuck in the choke. And when I watch my...
this is Violet, so I don't know if he just has a shoe account or what.
The time to rotate to the high ground because my team is always in a very dangerous position. So they demand a lot of healing. So as they're rotating to the high ground, their team might just die. So I completely understand that. So my quick tip for support is that when you want to rotate to the high ground, don't try to rotate all at once. You can first lean towards the stairs and then do some damage and do some healing from there. And when your team is not taking too much damage, when enemy team isn't actively peeking, then you take one step forward. So instead of being stuck in these chokes, you want to be rotating to the high ground and you want to be taking one step towards there and leaning towards there preemptively. And honestly, if you're not sure which position to take, you can look up any professional player's gameplay on that specific map that you're struggling, and that's going to give you a direct answer. But another important thing to note is that even if the professional player was using that high ground, if your team is not contesting the high ground and there's like 4 enemy team, obviously you cannot use it. If that's the case, you just have to play around whatever you have and really trying to see if there's any moment in the game that high ground space is open for you. And that's it for today. And this isn't the ultimate guide or definitive guide for S-Core. I just wanted to mention a few mistakes. There are other things that I was thinking about mentioning, like using your ultimate to get through the choke, for example, like Rialto second point attack, or some maps that are really just hard to get through without borrowing the power of ultimate. But again, this is just a quick video going over common payload mistakes. And I believe if you just work on these, if you just fix these, your win rate on payload will go significantly higher. And apparently my dual student no longer has 0% win rate on these maps. In fact, in my experience, increasing the win rate for certain map types has to do a lot with having a deeper understanding on how to play around the objective. Back when I was working for NYX.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I guess it depends on the player. I feel like with people's win rate on maps, it's more correlated with knowing how to stage or knowing how to position on the map, being more comfortable with that. But yeah,
so we were the number one team at the time, so we overall had a very strong win rate for all the map types, but particularly 2CP, we had trouble. I can't really remember exact number on top of my head, but I think we had around 70 to 75% win rate for all the other maps. But for 2CP, we had
2CP was notoriously difficult. You had to have specific strats for 2CP.
Something around like 55%.
Because you had to win perfectly.
I dig into studying 2CP for about 10 days or 2 weeks, and I was looking into some other teams who were particularly better at 2CP. I believe Boston Uprising had a particularly better win rate on 2CP compared to their other map types, and also some other teams. And the key thing was that when most of the team were taking fight on 2CP at the time, they would first try to win the fight and then start touching the points. So even if we had a complete clean team wipe, we then would start touching the points. So by the time the enemy team is coming back from the spawn, especially on second point defense, which had a crazy close distance from the spawn, we would maybe get a tick or two at the best. But teams like Boston Uprising, who are much better at 2CP, they started touching the point as they're engaging the fight. So they either take away enemy Tracer, enemy D.Va, enemy Winston, so they have to match the point instead of hard choking the space, or if they were not touching the point, if they're...
This is just off-angle theory. This is a very common strategy for 2CP, is you would force an engagement off of point or on two different lanes, or you would throw like a bob on point while also pressing top. So not only did he have objective pressure, but he had off-angle pressure. Yeah, off-angles are powerful. Not fighting 6 on the same lane generally doesn't work.
For not matching the point, then they're getting the tick or 2 for free. And sometimes, if their main core was able to kite the enemy engagement, that one engagement, then they're literally capturing a point and taking out a lot of resources for free. So we implemented these ideas and some other details on 2CP I found along the way. And if I remember correctly, our 2CP win rate has improved by about 10 to 12%. So again, playing certain map type better is a lot about how...
Yeah, anyway, it's fine video. It's fine video. We'll stop there. I still think that there's game modes now that reward specific strategy. I think push, getting around like first cap is important. Knowing where to take fights is really important. That was something that London we were really good at. I think there's like specific strategy with like snowballing ults. He was mentioning that in Escort, like second point to be able to guarantee cap, cart stealing, stuff like that. Flashpoint, knowing generally to avoid fights when the objective's not unlocked when you're moving from point A to point B. But yeah. You guys want to do some quick play? We'll do some quick play. Watch this TikTok real fast. All right. Surely going in blind will be okay. What's the main difference between console and PC Overwatch?
Between PC and console Overwatch is, let me set the scene. You're on console Overwatch, and on one team you have a Vendetta, and on the other you have a soldier. The Vendetta uses her sword toss to close the distance between the soldier and herself. She's preparing to hit an overhead strike on the soldier. Now tell me, which do you think is more threatening? The soldier in this situation or the Vendetta? Naturally, you'd obviously say Vendetta. She should absolutely
I think I know where you're going with this, and I agree.
Black range, correct? Especially if she's engaging with an overhead strike. That's how the game should work. But what if I told you that the soldier is actually a lot more threatening by a significant margin too, even at a point blank range, because of one simple thing: aim assist. You see, after the season 9 changes where everyone's projectile size got giga buffed, and now recently aim assist was buffed, it made it absolutely impossible for this soldier to even miss one single shot on the Vendetta that's contesting him. It's very likely that in this entire engage, he's hitting headshot after headshot the whole time without missing even one shot. It's really sad because you can't appreciate having good aim anymore. There's always that realization that It was really just aim assist that did it all for me, wasn't it? Or when I see someone else's clip dump, you think to yourself, holy crap, this guy's aim is insane. But in the back of your mind, you know that aim assist is insanely strong right now, to the point where having 70% accuracy on Soldier is completely normal. To put that into perspective, the average Soldier accuracy on PC is 40%. My solution for a long time has always been nerf aim assist, and nerf it hard. Not only would this introduce more reason to play characters that aren't hit scans, but it would open up more opportunity to cross distances without instantly getting your head blown off by an Ashe across the map. It'll create an actual incentive for people to train their aim, and you'll be able to appreciate good aim without the thought of aim assist doing all the work for you. A while ago, a dev talked about how they aren't happy with the current state of hit scans and how aim assist currently works. I only hope that this means that they're looking into nerfing aim assist, so that we can finally have a meta that doesn't center around picking a hit scan hero and having damn near aimbot destroying everything in your line of sight.
Yeah, true. All points agreed. All points agreed. And for sure, I don't even think it's like, that's not even a discussion, right? That's just objectively true. Objectively true. Sarah, you want to play? Rhea, you want to play? Yeah. It's like the soft lock, right? If you get your crosshair remotely close to the target, it's GG's. Skookong. Guys, the gang is all here. The gang is all here. The gang is all here. When the gang is here. Real moment. What's up, Brisky? How are you, mate? Is this Derpy who's in charge of balance? Wait, what is... Who's Rick Rubin? That sounds familiar. Who's Rick Rubin, chat?
Do you play instruments?
Barely.
Do you know how to work a soundboard?
No. I have no technical ability, and I know nothing about music.
You must know something.
Well, I know what I like and what I don't like, and I'm decisive about what I like and what I don't like.
So what are you being paid for?
The confidence that I have in my taste.
Yep.
And my ability to express what I feel has proven helpful for artists.
Wow, there's no ego. Talk about leaving the ego. Holy cow. Like, he has proven value, doesn't he?
Dude. This is so funny. This is literally how I do all my music production with my brother. I'm just like, I act as if I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'm just like kind of like going off of vibes, you know? That's funny. That's great. Dude, it's so true though with like some of the arts, you know? Sometimes you just got an ear for things, you know? You just got an ear for it, you know? Where are you at, Skookong? And where are you at, Willoop? Okay, there you go. Yeah, this console aim assist is nutso, man. Just type your name. Oh, okay. Invite. This guy's appears offline. He's too sneaky. Okay, there you go. I'm here reacting to Spell, reacting to people reacting. Yeah. That was hilarious. Could they ever just flat out remove aim assist? No. Not like QP slop. QP slop. Okay, I updated stream title. Oh, I need to update this as well. QP slop. Wait, no. QP slop. Slop this, slop that. Slop the pigs, man. Get out there. They're starving. Your mamas. All right. Almost knocked that over. That would have been bad. I'll let you guys choose a hero. Stream slop, friend slop, charity slop, kindness to other my fellow man slop, kindness slop, you know, generosity slop, you know, just the list goes on. Watch this.
Tango down.
I hate you.
This is not the end.
Oh, I thought I had. No. Why is my coach bad? Slop, exactly. Intelligence slop, wisdom slop, doctorate degree slop. Taking care of your children. Kindergarten mentor.
Sweet dreams. Fortified. Pipe down.
Pipe down. Doctor slop, exactly. Study slop. Working hard.
Sleep tight.
I was like, Waloo, hit it, bro.
Patched up.
I don't need it, I need it, I need it.
That's not the first. Not now, it's my turn. I'm under attack.
Ha, I juked him, thought he was going for the mega, eh? He's gonna pulse on me. I knew it.
Vote for your map.
I guess we can turn off streamer mode. Dr. Slop is using no critical thinking and parroting flowcharts. Arcs guys is really common. I believe it. So did we figure out what was wrong with Sierra? Yes, we solved it. Everything is going great now. Play Mercy? No, I don't play Mercy. I won't play Mercy, but I will play. I won't play Life Weaver either. No Mercy, no Life Weaver. Or Cat. Cat's boring. Juno, Mizuki, Moira, Lucio, Wu Yang, man. Brigitte or Mizuki, Juno. Okay, it's 2 votes for Juno, 2 votes for Mizuki. Evil Moira, 2 votes for Moira. Mizuki then. All right, we'll moose it up.
I'll decide my own fate.
We'll moose it up.
If anyone needs a pep talk, just say the word.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Peace and blessings be upon you all.
Can't live without me? I don't think so.
Oh, crud. How did he push me? Not bad. Okay. It's a little messy here. I haven't played Mizuki in a while. Oh, not near enough cover. Oh, just got her. Right. Get some separation here. That's awesome, man. Oh, I trolled. I need to get out.
Spirits are breathing
A
down
lot of
my neck
practice
again.
for this guy. Played a decent amount of him early on, but it's been a long time. Not bad. Fred. Need a cat point.
Taking the objective.
Just outside of range.
Someone needs a hand.
I'm gonna gamble.
Okay.
I'm flipping, yeah.
Over there.
A little spook.
Bailing you out.
Ooh, this is bad.
Don't bother trying again.
First round.
Nice.
1. Score 1-0.
Flawless victory? Yeah. Easy. Easiest game of my entire life. I've never put less effort into anything.
Is a secret recipe passed down for
Tore this place up. Don't jinx it.
Wait. How many of y'all have actually like explored back here? I don't think I've ever explored. Have I never explored back here? The heck? The heck?
1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Got this in the bag.
Hi.
Just trying to help out.
I think we can hold the angle here.
I am capturing the objective.
다시 보자.
Fred. Oh, that's my bad. I haven't played enough to know the root range like by muscle memory. Is that movement speed or what? I did not mean to pick that. It just kind of locked. What did I get? What did I get? What did I get? What did I get? Okay, movement speed. Yeah. I thought I had that. Oh, that buff is crazy. There's no way that goes off. Whip shot range right.
My ultimate is ready.
Hey, y'all.
Someone needs a hand.
Enemy turret here.
Meteor strike.
Ah. Couldn't resist.
And I'm out. Just trying to help out.
Jeez. Oh! Oh, it's the cat. Oh, okay.
Enemy sniper, head down.
They all feel bad.
Mom's out. They've a turret here.
Oh, okay, well. I should have dodged that, man. I shouldn't have eaten that. I was thinking, does it cleanse? It doesn't cleanse. It doesn't cleanse. I should have dodged that. Healing diff? Yeah, see? Everyone talks about Spylo not healing. Look at that. 3 times as much healing as my garbage Ana. Why is my Ana trolling? Heal more, dude. Come on, vote for the Doom, vote for the Doom, vote for the Doom. The CP wins it. Aw. Goodbye, Sterling. Oh yeah, we need to, we could try PMA, but nobody's ever in PMA, you know? Nobody ever does this and nobody ever does it, you know? Yeah, sure.
Ready.
I don't think so.
This guy is literally just... Holy cow! Holy cow! Oh my goodness! What on earth was that? Oh my gosh! No! Hit a shot, please! Oh my days. She missed every shot. Oh, poor guy. Oh, disaster. Ugh. Alright, let's see if we can get some good custom games. Friendly piano cake? What does that mean?
Select a map.
Select a map. I don't really care. Yeah, I can grab Kata. This is fine. I'll take Esperanza. React slaps says Syncona. First time chat. Welcome. Agreed. I don't know what is a piano cake. I don't know. I assume it's like one of those like the Spawn pianos. What do you guys want to see? No Mizuki, no Life Weaver, no Mercy, no Cat. We're narrowing it down. What do you guys want to see? Juno? Juno, Lucio, Bap. Yeah, we did. Exclamation mark coaching Syncona. Alright, we'll try some Lucio.
We're here to be heard. Boom!
And they say chivalry is dead.
Boy,
everyone
gets their +1.
3,
Suboptimal.
1.
Give yourself to the rest.
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Commence combat operations. Taking off.
Over here.
Okay. Not a great start. No. Waiting. There. That's what I was waiting for. No, I was not waiting for that. We got him. Space created.
Free to engage. The enemy has claimed the robot.
They're pushing the barricade. Strike together.
We're just gonna attack soon.
Heads up. Let's see it faster.
Oh, that was questionable from Rhea.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
This guy. Dude, what?
That was just a sound check.
En route. We can't let them take the lead.
The enemy's pushing. That's not good. There goes his feet.
The enemy has the robot. Retrieve it. Stop the barricade.
Oh, let's break it. Damn.
No. Dude. Okay. We're not doing bad. We're doing okay, all things considered. Given the context, like we should be clearing this up.
Enemy here.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard. Helden sterben nicht. We need the robot.
Fed you up. You did the rest.
No one can hide from my sight.
There we go. No. Bro.
We are close. Keep the robot pushing.
We are super isolated. I did not mean to do that.
Over there.
I don't know really about that. Yeah. Listen for grapple. Don't peek this. Doom means to live.
This is my favorite part. I'm under attack. Catch these healing waves.
Love this hero. don't like the angle closing there.
Enemy forward.
Don't let them push ahead.
Sniper, keep your head down.
Oh, you want to hear this? Heal up.
That was good.
Gotta go quick. Back on.
2 minutes.
Turn it up, turn it up.
Alright, now we just need to get like traded by the Cass. Or the line for that matter. Okay, fine. Okay. I thought I had that dodge, but apparently not. My bad. Dude, this Widow is ridiculous.
Incoming.
Come on. No, there's no way that hits me. And what did I even die to? Was that damage boosted? How much is Fire Strike? That was 110. Did I take like an SMG bullet or something?
They took the robot from us.
60 seconds.
Like what the heck, man?
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Dude, I'm behind the corner. It's 120. Okay. Oh.
Turn it up, turn it up.
Now we're just staggering. Oh no, I gotta get out of here, boys. I gotta get out of here. They're gonna push me.
30 seconds remaining.
That's not right. Over here.
No one can hide from my
This is
sight.
my favorite part. Oh, let's break it. Damn.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, just live. Dude, I can't wall right out of that situation. Ryan needs to die though. Okay, Ryan dies.
Stay with the robot and we will win.
Oh, you want to hear this?
Once he got Mercy Pocket, it was over. I can't do enough damage fast enough. My aim is too bad. Can we get a stagger kill here? Nice.
This beat will heal you up.
Oh, that ability is so dumb. And now he's got Hinder again. I can't push him. We tried. I actually feel like we played okay there. I actually felt like we played okay. Nice. Congratulations on Ivy School, Zing. Well done. Dude, this shot was ridiculous. Widow is such an awful hero, bro. It's like, I don't think it would have changed that much being on a different character, but it would have changed. It feels so much worse, you know? Congrats again, Zink. Congrats, mate. This is awesome. Good stuff. Overall, it was still a fun match, though. Those are some ridiculous shots, though. I'm not used to seeing, like, an actual champion player in quick play. Never even heard of this person. So is that what a real support does? Yeah, actually. Yes. Minus the solo beat and forcing the engagements, but yes. I'm honestly, some of those shots in Rhea, I want to go back and see. Because Rhea is dying in situations where it's like, dude, there's no way. On Tracer mostly. Like, her positioning's not even good. She should be the... You see what I'm saying? Like, she's sitting on the floor. With Mercy Pocket, which is awesome. Alright, I'll do a check, Rhea. I'll do a quick check. I mean, I imagine it's just a champ player. I would be surprised if somebody's cheating in quick play.
They're barricaded. Push it up. Get in their way.
It would be sus if this wasn't an actual champion player, like in an established account. You know what I'm saying? They've been playing for a while, so I'd be surprised. I think they're just really good. Well, she's clearly not walling. That shot at me was the best shot, I think, of the game. But I've hit shots like that before. They just don't happen often, you know? Like, you can see the crosshair placement's not even right. It wasn't... I just looked like a good player to me, to be honest. From what little I saw, it just looked like a good player. I haven't seen anything sus. But we can keep watching, if nothing else, just to enjoy some of those cool shots. What's that, Broken Nerdy? John P. Oh man, you did good, mate. You did good. You did good. You did good that game. Makes sense, Happy Milla. Well, congrats on Masters, nonetheless. Nonetheless, congrats on Masters. It's a huge accomplishment. I kind of want to play on it just because it's fun, but I'll let you guys choose. I'll let you guys choose. Hopefully the Lucio is entertaining nonetheless. No Lucio. Honestly, I wouldn't be down. I'd be down to play Lucio again. That's how much fun I have playing Lucio. No Life Fever, no Mercy, no Mizuki. Wu Yang, Juno, Kiriko, Wu. 2 votes for Wu Yang. 3 votes for Wu Yang. You got cooked? Nah, dude. You did a fine job. Were you the other player in our group, at our stack? You did fine. Their DPS was just really good. We'll do some Wu Yang. I'm super washed with Wu Yang, no pun intended. I don't think I've played a Wu Yang game, even in quick play, for like 4 months or something like that. 5 months. It's been a long time. Hopefully I can remember all the buttons.
You can count on me. I am so ready for this.
Oh gosh. Oh my days. Yeah, so goofed up. Oh gosh, so bad. Yeah, I'm not playing well. Not bad. Man, I don't know, guys. The Wu-Yang is wash. I feel like I am so out of practice.
got you.
Taking the point.
We have lost.
Lost. Next, flashpoint.
Ugh.
Try to keep up. Over there. Over there.
Unlocks in 10 seconds.
Spotted a turret.
Incoming. Feeling okay?
Whatever. I didn't really think about perk, I just wanted one. How did that not hit with lube?
Hey, taking the objective.
Clonk on something?
Tidal blast is ready when you are. 水留住你. Reverse the tide.
Enemy turret.
I'll keep you on your feet. Double.
Oh, almost. Quite strong. Tracer with Pulse Bomb with Wing ult is just very little counterplay for that. Yeah. Bah!
There's the enemy turret. Take it out.
It's go time.
Ah, my bad. That's sloppy. I saw you go play Lucio? What is Rhea doing? Rhea! Bro, Rhea, there's no way, dude. Did you guys see that? Crying. He thought it was the other point, bro! Crud. That's funny. I don't know why they're blowing ults, man. Points on unlock. Y'all are not even the right side of the field. Is that 2 ults for them?
Feeling okay?
Flashpoint. Enemy here.
Over there.
Over there.
Over there.
Enemy turret
Get
hit.
up on me.
Enemy over here.
Do something.
Try to keep up.
Got a little bit of perk value there. Well, he dies anyway, but... Bro, that just... hitboxing that. Is that the attack speed when you're speeding? I think it's fine. I think it's probably the better perk. If you're not playing scrims, you're not playing like a group comp. If you're playing a group comp, the other one might be better.
Ultimate's almost ready.
Needs to hang on there.
Reverse the tide.
Oh, that was bad. For some reason, I thought that was Rhea. I guess it worked. Wait, why am I so slow? What happened? Why am I so slow? appreciate the attempt. If I can hit a shot. Go, yeah. Oh my gosh! You guys, screw it. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. Fred. Jeez, I am so bad at this character now. It's actually unreal. I apologize.
No worries, I've got you.
I didn't get it, Fred. No! I shouldn't have been in there.
We're outnumbered. How invigorating.
Sandman would say, I still have a ways to go.
Thank you.
Group up here. Over here. Beat it up, everyone.
Not so fast.
This will help.
It's go time.
I'll just take the objective.
Nice, Kukong. Okay.
Lost my touch.
Enemy turret at home.
Much better. Catch me if you can.
Ooh, he's sliding. Hang on, I'll read this in a second, John.
Ultimate's ready.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the sub, dude.
You can count on me. Reverse the tide. Can't let them take the objective.
We had to reward Kata, you know?
Always good to hydrate. Over there.
Ooh, nice pulse.
Over here. Try to keep up.
Eyes on the sky.
We've got to stop them.
Now he can't touch me, so now I can hammer him with rain.
I'll rinse you off.
Oh no! No, I tried! Oh, sorry. Dude, we could have killed like all 7 of them.
Come and get me.
I have the objective.
Tear that down!
Wait for it, 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 wait for it. Disregard. Are you kidding me? Oh, I got smoked. Disaster. What a disaster. That's the guy they use.
Not gonna get me down. Resort. Lost. Next, flashback. Garden. This will help.
Wukong is a little isolated here, Buddy Row champ.
Catch me if you can.
You do not fight them on rotation. Do not fight them on rotation. Loop.
I'll protect you. Jump in if you like.
I I have not hit a single shot. Now I'm lagging. But we're gonna go anyway. We're committing. I'm gonna lag into their back line. Does that hit them? It does. Lucius dead. How did they not hit the Moira, man? Alright, let's kill this cat. Let's get him. Get rolled, buddy.
Reverse the tide.
Don't force it. He's gonna die either way. Nice. Nice. This character. GG. Maybe I'll do 1 or 2 more.
Play of the game.
Oh, this is he smoked me here. Oh, this is gonna be ugly. Oh, freaking Bone Spur smoked me. I'm gonna vote for the least deserving person. Vote for the Moira. Okay, we need to read PMA? Nah. Thank you again for the sub, John. 20 LMs or 22 final blows? I just upvoted the Moira. Yes, Kata, you were very fake. Very fake, Kata. Well done. Support again? Alright, y'all. What do you guys want to see? No Wu Yang, no Mercy, no Life Weaver, no Cat. Brigitte. Alright, I'll do Brig right away. A lot of people have been asking for Brig. We never actually ended up playing Brig. Wow, 5 in a row? Alright. Six in a row? 7? 8? What? How? Not physically possible. There's no way you can make it 9. No, Rhea! No.
Breaking me down just builds me up.
Freaking Rhea ruined it.
I do not wish to be feared.
We had the chain going. If you go tank, please play Hog Goat. Wait, the chain is starting again. We got the chain starting. How many Brigs in a row is that? 2 Brigs? People want Brig? Yeah, okay. I'll get you Brig. I'll give you the Brig that you desire.
That was so artistic. Are you a poet too?
I was once. Now I seek peace in other ways.
Still sounds pretty poetic to me.
Hello there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
And they say chivalry approaches.
Stop the payload.
Oh, lovely. Are you kidding me, bro? Well, GG's.
Stall that payload, or else.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you for sharing. Well, this is a cursed situation here. I'm just gonna get points. Leads a swing here. Oh, this is so cringe.
I'll try a different approach. Helping you recover.
He's gonna barrage. Oh, what I'm doing. He's looking for a rollover barrage, I think. Unlucky. Wait, where's Rhea? Oh. I don't think we can touch.
Nano boost administered.
Well, kind of an unfortunate time to choose Brigitte. It's playable, but we would need a lot of more help than we're getting. We're just getting snowball here. 7 minutes. Okay, well. And they res, and it's like nothing happened at all.
Stall that payload, or else.
Well, hello, you. No sweat. Just try again.
76, reporting for duty. Incoming.
Keep an eye out.
Oi, oi, oi.
Justice reigns from above.
They're pushing the pin.
Cut them off.
The payload is approaching its destination.
I'll remember that for next time. We're outnumbered.
That's a GG. I'm not gonna even sit around. What a miserable experience. It wasn't just Farah, it was like their whole team was way better than us. Alright, we'll do one more. I mean, I think that there needs to be some blame shared in that one, all things considered. We'll put it that way. The meta supports? I don't know. Depends on what rank you're in, I think. That's true, Ragnarok. Dude, I told you, Rhea. I tried. I think I did okay, all things considered. But we were getting pre-fighted. We were stacking like morons. Maroons. I would say in low ranks, mid ranks, I think like Mizuki Lifeweaver are probably pretty strong. Higher ranks, not really sure. Probably Ediari. I'm not sure. Alright, last one. Let's see what role we get. I'm kind of tired of support. Ugh. I mean, I can go Brig again, but I'll try Brig one more time. I'll go Brig one more time, considering we didn't really get it. You want Brig? Okay. Waloob wants Brig. What do you guys want instead? The Ana Juno? You guys...
Real glory comes from helping people, not hurting them. We may have different definitions.
Moira, Bat, Juno, Ana.
Follow the rules, and we won't have a
Well, nobody's making up their mind now. 2 votes for Juno. Mercy? No freaking Mercy. 2 votes for Bap. Try Bap, I guess. It's 2 votes for Bap.
Another battlefield. Attack commence. Capture objective.
Hostile mark.
Reloading. 1 second.
Kind of a hard comp to play Bap into. But we'll try it.
Matrix charging. Feeling better? Over here. Watch here. Watch out.
Are we deaf or? I guess we're deaf and blind.
My ultimate is ready. Light them up.
That punch. No, I don't want that. I'm swapping. I'm literally swapping. That perk is useless. Yeah, we're swapping. I'm not playing Bap with an inferior perk. Let's just play Ana. I'd have more fun playing Ana at least. Well, you guys wanted Juno, right? You said wanted Juno. We had that too. We're doing okay.
Deploying rock unit.
Well, I don't know what's going on, man.
Meteor strike.
Okay. They're still up there. No, Swookong. Or Waloob. Democracy will work, yeah. I think Juno's much better versus this. Gonna shoot her or? Come on, Kata, run! I can't beat that. I kind of need somebody to clear top. Don't walk to that, he's gonna have a power punch. Be patient, be patient, be patient, be patient. Wait. Oh. Alright, Kata's gotta go high ground at some point, bro. Because he's not pushing card and... Come on, Kata.
I'm feeling better already.
Pushing the payload. Wanna help me out?
Oh my gosh, we're getting murked.
The white tiger becomes him.
Oh, well, Loop is dead. He's gonna have ult, I think. Oh dear.
Meteor strike.
Oh, frick. Nice. Our angle control is terrible, man. We're literally only winning the point slot fights. Who am I playing with, man? What community have we devolved into? What have we become? We're pre-fight dead again. We're forcing cooldowns before the fight starts. Now we're dead. We literally didn't even have a fight there. We were dead before the fight started. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Did I buy the Hello Kitty Jew? No, I don't know. I don't know what I have. I might just have it automatically. I don't know. I have to use this now, otherwise I'm not gonna get the point. Oh my gosh! McJerkins could die.
No, I must not think like that. Enemy spotted.
Alright, I think we do this. I think we gamble. Yeah, we're fine, we're fine. Oh, what am I? I'm stupid. That's actually next level. We love that.
Pushing the payload. Nice and easy.
Hang on, fire. I am.
Bro, literally, we're losing every fight on the angles. We're only winning the fights that are taking place on point, which makes kind of sense in their comp, but also... There we go again. Forcing point for the victory. I guess he just forced point. The stupid. It was better there. Oh my days. It's actually incredibly criminal that we won that game. Like, actually incredible that we won that point. Zero chance that we should win that game. We won 3 fights the entire game. Rick, your angle slop? Oh. Well, the thing is we won the fights where we angle slopped. Alright, I gotta roll. GG's. Loves and kisses. I'll see you guys later. I'll be back on Tuesday. I don't know what the plan is on Tuesday. We'll see. When is mid-season? We just had mid-season, right? No, I'm stupid. Mid-season, we still got a couple weeks. Alright, goodbye.